Part 1. You will hear 10 horror stories in this video. We recommend listening to this video at night with the lights off to immerse yourself in the atmosphere. Enjoy watching. Story No. 1. The Echoes of the Forgotten Asylum. Part 1. The Allure of the Abandoned. I never should have gone back to the asylum. I knew that from the moment I stepped inside, but something pulled me there, something I couldn't resist. Maybe it was the allure of the unknown, or the thrill of the abandoned, but whatever it was, it led me to this place, a forgotten relic of a time when mental illness was treated with barbaric cruelty. It started innocuously enough. I was always fascinated by urban exploration, that rush of adrenaline when you step into a place left to rot by time, untouched for decades. I had explored abandoned factories, derelict houses, and forgotten churches, but the old asylum on the outskirts of town had always intrigued me the most. It had a reputation, stories of patients tortured and left to die, of doctors who experimented on the helpless, and of ghosts that still wandered its decaying halls. It wasn't until a cold autumn evening that I finally decided to explore it. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the crumbling facade as I approached. The building loomed over me, its windows broken, doors barely hanging on their rusted hinges. The air was thick with the smell of damp and decay, and the wind howled through the trees, almost as if it were warning me to turn back. But I didn't listen. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The interior was even worse than I had imagined. Peeling paint, mold creeping up the walls, and the faint scent of something putrid lingering in the air. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and every sound seemed amplified, echoing through the empty corridors. I took out my camera, documenting everything as I moved deeper into the asylum. The place was a maze, with long corridors that seemed to stretch on forever, doors leading to rooms that looked like they hadn't seen a human presence in decades. Most were empty, just broken furniture and scattered debris, but some had remnants of the past. Rusted bed frames, old medical equipment, and graffiti scrawled across the walls. It was in one of these rooms that I found something that made my blood run cold. A small journal, lying open on a decrepit table. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded, but I could still make out the writing. It was a diary, written by someone named Dr. Arthur Hensley, dated back to the 1950s. As I began to read, a sense of dread settled over me. The entries were disturbing, describing horrific experiments on the patients, electroshock therapy taken to deadly extremes, lobotomies performed without anesthesia, and cruel punishments for those who resisted. Dr. Hensley wrote with a cold detachment, as if the patients were nothing more than subjects to be studied, their suffering inconsequential. But it was the final entry that truly terrified me. It spoke of an incident, something that had gone terribly wrong. A patient had died during an experiment, and Dr. Hensley had covered it up, burying the body somewhere in the asylum's depths. The entry ended abruptly, as if the doctor had been interrupted. A sudden noise pulled me from my reading, a faint rustling sound, like something moving just out of sight. I spun around, my flashlight darting across the room, but there was nothing there. Just shadows playing tricks on my mind, I told myself. But the feeling of being watched was undeniable, and it sent a chill down my spine. I shoved the journal into my bag, my curiosity battling with the urge to leave. Something about this place felt wrong, as if it were alive, aware of my presence. The stories I had heard about the asylum, the ghostly apparitions, the eerie whispers, came flooding back, and for the first time, I began to believe them. I should have left then, but I didn't. Part 2. The Voices in the Dark. The further I ventured into the asylum, the heavier the air seemed to grow, thick with an unseen presence that clung to me like a second skin. The building was a labyrinth, each corridor looking eerily similar, making it difficult to remember which way I had come. I felt like I was being drawn deeper, as if something was guiding me, urging me to keep going. I found myself in a long hallway, lined with doors on either side. The signs above them were barely legible, but I could make out the faded words, asterisk therapy room asterisk, asterisk patient ward asterisk, asterisk isolation chamber asterisk. I hesitated for a moment before choosing a door at random, one that led to the patient ward. Inside, the atmosphere was stifling. Rows of metal bed frames lined the walls, some still with rotting mattresses. The walls were covered in strange markings, symbols I didn't recognize, drawn in a dark, dried substance that I hoped wasn't blood. As I moved deeper into the room, I began to hear it, a faint, almost imperceptible whispering. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the voices grew louder, more distinct. They were coming from all around me, rising and falling in a dissonant chorus. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the tone was unmistakably menacing. My heart pounded in my chest as I turned, trying to locate the source. But there was no one there, just the empty room, echoing with the ghostly voices of the past. I backed out of the ward, the whispers following me into the hallway. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself that it was just the wind through the broken windows, or perhaps my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew that something was wrong with this place. The asylum was more than just a decaying building. It was a tomb for forgotten souls, their pain and suffering etched into its very walls. As I continued down the corridor, the whispering subsided, replaced by an oppressive silence that was almost worse. I found another door, this one leading to the basement. A set of stairs descended into darkness, the air growing colder with each step. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment, I considered turning back. But something compelled me forward, a morbid curiosity mixed with the need to uncover the truth about what had happened here. The basement was a nightmare. It was larger than I expected, with low ceilings and damp walls that seemed to close in around me. The smell was overpowering, mold, rot, and something else, something metallic and bitter that made my stomach churn. As I walked through the narrow passageways, I came across a series of small, windowless rooms. Cells, I realized, where the most disturbed patients were kept. Inside one of the cells, I found more of those strange symbols carved deep into the stone walls. They seemed to pulsate under the beam of my flashlight, almost as if they were alive. The air was thick with a malevolent energy, and I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to get out. But as I turned to leave, I heard it again. This time, the whispering was clear. It was a voice, no longer a disembodied murmur, but a distinct, guttural growl. It was calling my name. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing as I tried to process what I had just heard. There was no one else here, I was certain of that. Yet the voice was undeniable, echoing off the walls, growing louder and more insistent with each passing second. Asterisk. You shouldn't have come here. My blood ran cold. The voice was inside my head, rattling around like a trapped insect, filling me with a sense of dread that was almost paralyzing. I wanted to run, to get as far away from this place as possible, but my legs refused to move. The shadows around me seemed to stretch and twist, taking on grotesque shapes that danced just out of the corner of my eye. Asterisk, leave. While you still can. It was a warning, but it felt like a threat. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding so loudly that it drowned out everything else. The flashlight slipped from my hand and clattered to the ground, plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled to pick it up, the voice still ringing in my ears, now almost a scream. I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and bolted, not caring which direction I was going, just desperate to escape the voice, the whispers, the horrors that lurked in the shadows. My footsteps echoed through the halls as I ran, my mind a whirlwind of terror and confusion. But no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was following me. Part 3. The Doctor's Secret. I don't know how long I ran, but when I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I found myself in a part of the asylum I didn't recognize. The corridors were narrower, the walls closer, as if the building itself was closing in around me. My flashlight flickered, casting long dancing shadows that seemed to shift and move on their own. There was a door at the end of the hallway, different from the others. It was larger, made of heavy wood, and reinforced with iron bands. The air around it was colder, and as I approached I felt a deep, unsettling fear grip my heart. The door was slightly ajar, and through the crack, I could see a dim light flickering inside. I hesitated, every instinct telling me to turn back, to leave this place before it was too late. But something pulled me forward, an inexplicable urge to see what was behind that door. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside. The room was unlike anything I had seen in the asylum so far. It was large, with high ceilings and walls lined with shelves filled with jars, bottles, and medical instruments. The center of the room was dominated by a large metal table, stained with dark patches that looked like dried blood. Chains hung from the ceiling, and beside the table was an old rusted operating chair, equipped with restraints. My stomach turned as I realized what this room was, a torture chamber disguised as a medical facility. This was where the worst of the experiments had taken place, where the screams of the patients had been muffled by the thick walls, their pleas for mercy unheard by the outside world. I moved closer to the table, unable to tear my eyes away from the instruments scattered across it. Rusted scalpels, saws, syringes filled with dark, viscous liquids. It was like something out of a nightmare. But it was the journal on the edge of the table that caught my attention. It was old, the leather cover cracked and worn, but the pages were intact, filled with neat, precise handwriting. I picked it up, my hands trembling, and began to read. The journal belonged to Dr. Hensley, the same name I had seen in the other diary, but this one was different. It was a record of his experiments, a detailed account of the horrors he had inflicted on his patients in the name of science. The entries were chilling. He described the patients as if they were nothing more than subjects, their humanity stripped away. He wrote about how he had pushed the limits of what the human body could endure, how he had tried to break their minds to see what lay beyond. He had documented everything with clinical precision, devoid of any empathy or remorse. But as I read on, the entries became more erratic, the writing more frantic. Dr. Hensley had begun to fear something he couldn't explain. He wrote about strange occurrences, how the patients seemed to whisper to each other in a language he didn't understand, how their eyes would follow him even when they were sedated. He started to believe that they were conspiring against him, that they were trying to communicate with something beyond this world. The last few pages were almost illegible, scrawled in a shaky hand. He wrote about a patient, referred to only as Subject 13, who had survived every experiment, defied every attempt to break him. Dr. Hensley had become obsessed with this patient, convinced that he held the key to something greater, something that would elevate his work to a new level. But then, something happened. The journal ended abruptly, with the last entry reading, "Subject 13 is no longer human. I have made a terrible mistake. They are coming for me. God help us all." A sudden noise made me jump, and I dropped the journal. The sound echoed through the room, a soft, shuffling sound, like something dragging across the floor. I turned slowly, my heart in my throat, and saw a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a man, or at least it had once been. His body was twisted, deformed, his skin pale and stretched tight over his bones. His eyes were hollow, black pits, and his mouth hung open in a silent scream. But it was his presence that terrified me the most, the sense of pure, unadulterated malice that radiated from him, a hatred so intense it was almost tangible. "Asterisk you should not be here," the figure rasped, its voice a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. It took a step closer, and I realized with dawning horror that this was Subject 13, the patient Dr. Hensley had written about. I backed away, my mind racing. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by the fear and stress. But the figure kept advancing, its twisted body moving with unnatural fluidity, its eyes locked on mine. Asterisk, you released us, it hissed, its voice filled with a mixture of anger and despair. Asterisk, we are free. Because of you. I tried to speak, to apologize, to explain that I didn't know what I was doing, but the words caught in my throat. The figure was almost upon me now, its hand outstretched, fingers twisted into claws. I could feel the cold radiating from it, a chill that seeped into my bones, sapping the strength from my limbs. And then, just as it was about to touch me, it stopped. It tilted its head, as if listening to something, and then slowly backed away, retreating into the shadows. Asterisk. They are coming, it whispered, almost to itself. Asterisk. He is coming. And with that, it was gone, leaving me alone in the cold, dark room, my mind reeling with terror and confusion. Part 4. The Descent into Madness. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, the echo of that last whisper lingering in my mind. My heart was racing, my thoughts a chaotic jumble of fear and disbelief. What had I just seen? Was it real, or was I losing my mind? The rational part of me wanted to believe it was just a hallucination, a product of the darkness and the eerie atmosphere of the asylum. But deep down, I knew the truth. Whatever that thing was, it was real, and it had spoken to me. I forced myself to move, to put one foot in front of the other, and stumbled out of the room. The corridor outside was darker than before, the shadows thicker, more oppressive. My flashlight flickered weakly, as if it too was struggling to stay alive in this place. The air was colder now, biting at my skin, and the silence was absolute. No more whispers, no more distant sounds, just the heavy, suffocating quiet. As I made my way through the labyrinth of the asylum, I began to notice the changes. The walls, once just peeling paint and crumbling plaster, were now covered in those strange symbols I had seen earlier. They seemed to pulse with a dark energy, drawing my eyes to them no matter how hard I tried to look away. The corridors were shifting too, twisting and warping, as if the building itself was alive and trying to confuse me, to trap me within its bowels. Panic started to set in. I had no idea where I was or how to get out. Every turn I took seemed to lead me deeper into the maze, the walls closing in around me. My breathing was ragged, my heart pounding in my chest like a drumbeat. I could feel the asylum's grip tightening, its malevolent presence pressing down on me, whispering insidious thoughts into my mind. You'll never leave. You belong here. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of fear that clouded my thoughts. I couldn't let this place get to me. I had to stay focused, had to find a way out before it was too late. But with every step I took, the asylum seemed to fight back, warping reality around me, distorting my senses until I couldn't tell what was real and what was a figment of my imagination. It was then that I heard it again. The voice. But this time, it wasn't just one voice. It was many, overlapping in a cacophony of whispers and moans, rising and falling in a discordant symphony that echoed through the corridors. The voices were coming from all around me, surrounding me, closing in. Join us! I spun around, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing there. Just empty hallways and shadows that seemed to writhe and twist like living things. The voices grew louder, more insistent, calling my name, urging me to give in, to surrender to the madness. You cannot escape! I clamped my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was useless. The voices were inside my head, burrowing deep into my mind, planting seeds of fear and despair. I could feel myself unraveling, my sanity slipping away, pulled into the abyss of terror that surrounded me. "He is coming." That last whisper cut through the noise like a knife, clear and sharp. I stopped, my heart skipping a beat. I didn't know who he was, but I knew that whatever was coming, it was something far worse than the voices, worse than the shadows, worse than anything I could imagine. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the corridors as I fled blindly through the asylum. The walls seemed to close in around me, the darkness thickening until it felt like I was wading through a sea of ink. My flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into total darkness. I stumbled, fell, and scrambled back to my feet, my hands outstretched, groping blindly for a way out. But the more I ran, the more the asylum seemed to shift and change, the corridors twisting into impossible angles, leading me in circles, trapping me in its endless maze. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take any more, I saw it. A light, faint and flickering, at the end of a long, narrow corridor. Hope surged through me, and I ran towards it, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my legs burning with exhaustion. But as I drew closer, I realized that the light wasn't coming from an exit. It was coming from a room, an open doorway that led into a small, dimly lit space. And standing in the doorway, illuminated by the flickering light, was a figure. It was the doctor, the same one from the journal, the one who had performed those unspeakable experiments. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow and dead, but there was a smile on his lips, a twisted, grotesque smile that sent a jolt of terror through me. "Welcome," he said, his voice smooth and cold, like the blade of a scalpel. "I've been waiting for you." Part 5. The Final Confrontation. My mind was reeling, torn between the urge to flee and the paralyzing fear that held me rooted to the spot. Dr. Hensley. No, it couldn't be him. He was dead, long gone, a relic of the past. And yet, here he was, standing before me as if time had no meaning in this cursed place. "You've come so far," he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. Asterisk. "All this way just to find me. I'm flattered, truly." He stepped forward and I took an involuntary step back, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. There was something wrong with him, something more than just the obvious. His presence felt wrong, like he didn't belong in this world. His eyes, those empty, soulless eyes, bored into me, as if he could see right through me, into the darkest corners of my mind. "Do you know what this place is?" he asked, gesturing to the asylum around us. "It's not just a building, it's a tomb, a monument to my work, my legacy. And you are the final piece." I tried to speak, to ask him what he meant, but the words caught in my throat, strangled by fear. The doctor smiled again, that same twisted grin, and took another step towards me. "You've seen them, haven't you? The others, they were failures, incomplete. But you have potential." I shook my head, backing away further, but there was nowhere to go. The corridor behind me had vanished, swallowed by the darkness, leaving me trapped with this monster. My mind raced, desperately searching for a way out, but all I could think of was the journal, the final, frantic entry that spoke of a terrible mistake. "You don't understand," he continued, his voice softening, as if he were speaking to a child. "But you will. Oh, you will. You see, I was trying to create something more, something greater, to push the boundaries of what is possible. And now, thanks to you, I can finish what I started." He reached out and I saw his hand. The skin was gray, mottled and decaying, like a corpse left to rot. His fingers curled around my arm, and the cold that seeped into my flesh was unlike anything I had ever felt. It was death, pure and simple. The touch of something that should not exist. "Don't fight it," he whispered, his breath icy against my skin. "Asterisk, this is your destiny." This is what you were meant for." Panic surged through me, and I pulled away, yanking my arm free from his grip. But the doctor's smile never faltered, his dead eyes following me as I stumbled back. "You can't escape," he said, almost kindly. Asterisk. "This place, it won't let you. You're part of it now, just like the others." As if on cue, the voices returned, louder this time, a chorus of tortured souls crying out in agony. The walls around us seemed to pulse with their pain, the symbols glowing with a dark, malevolent light. The air was thick with the stench of death, of rot and decay, and I could feel the asylum closing in around me, trapping me in its twisted embrace. But I wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. I had to fight, had to find a way out, before this place consumed me like it had consumed so many others. Desperation gave me strength, and I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the floor as I fled from the doctor, from the voices, from the nightmare that was this asylum. The corridors twisted and turned, a maddening maze that seemed to lead nowhere. But I didn't care. I had to keep moving, had to keep running, even as the darkness closed in around me, even as the voices screamed in my ears, urging me to give in, to surrender. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I found myself in a large, open room. It was the same room I had started in, the entrance hall of the asylum. But it was different now. Darker, colder, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread. The front door stood open, a thin sliver of moonlight cutting through the darkness outside. Hope surged through me, and I sprinted for the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding in my chest. But just as I reached it, just as I was about to step into the light, something stopped me. A hand, cold and skeletal, wrapped around my ankle, and I was yanked back into the darkness. I hit the ground hard, the air knocked from my lungs, and looked up to see Dr. Hensley standing over me, his dead eyes filled with a terrible, twisted satisfaction. "You can't leave," he whispered, his voice echoing in the empty hall. "You belong here, with me, forever." I struggled, kicked out, but his grip was unbreakable, his strength inhuman. The voices swelled around me, a deafening roar of despair, and the darkness pressed in from all sides, suffocating, overwhelming. And then, just as I thought I was lost, I remembered the journal, the final entry, the one that spoke of a way to end it all, to stop the madness. With shaking hands, I reached into my bag, pulled out the journal, and fumbled through the pages, searching for the words that would save me. Dr. Hensley's grip tightened, his face contorted with rage as he realized what I was doing. But it was too late. I found the page, the one with the incantation, the words scrawled in blood that would banish the evil that had taken root in this place. With a scream of defiance, I shouted the words, my voice echoing through the hall. The symbols on the walls flared with a blinding light, and the asylum seemed to shudder, as if the very foundations were being torn apart. The voices rose to a fever pitch, a cacophony of pain and terror, and I felt Dr. Hensley's grip loosen, his form flickering like a candle flame in the wind. "No!" he hissed, his voice filled with fury and fear. "You cannot!" But it was too late. The light grew brighter, the walls began to crumble, and the voices were drowned out by a deafening roar as the asylum was torn apart, piece by piece, by the very forces that had created it. And then, everything went silent. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the ground, the cold night air filling my lungs. The asylum was gone, nothing but a pile of rubble and dust, the twisted remnants of a place that should never have existed. I got to my feet, my body trembling, my mind numb with shock and exhaustion. The journal lay open beside me, its pages blank. The words that had saved me vanished into the ether. I stumbled away, leaving the ruins behind, the memory of what had happened already fading like a bad dream. But deep down, I knew the truth. The asylum was gone, but the evil it harbored was not. It was out there, somewhere, waiting, and I had been the one to set it free. Story number 2, The Haunting of Hollow House. Part 1, Arrival at Hollow House. The long winding road that led to Hollow House was eerily quiet, with dense trees on either side, their branches stretching like skeletal arms across the narrow lane. Emily and Mark had been driving for hours, the excitement of moving into their new home battling with a vague sense of unease. The realtor had mentioned the house was old, but nothing could have prepared them for the sight that greeted them as they rounded the final bend. Hollow House stood tall and foreboding, its once grand facade now shrouded in shadow. The large, ivy-covered mansion had an air of quiet dignity, but there was something about it that made the couple pause. The windows, dark and vacant, seemed to watch them with a silent, knowing gaze. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Emily asked, her voice tinged with doubt as she peered up at the imposing structure. Mark glanced at the GPS, then at the worn, faded sign that read, Hollow House Est 1847. He nodded, forcing a smile. "This is it, our new home." They stepped out of the car, the crunch of gravel underfoot the only sound in the stillness. As they approached the large wooden front door, it creaked open with a reluctant groan, as if the house itself was displeased to receive them. Emily shivered, rubbing her arms against the sudden chill that seemed to have settled around them. "It's probably just the wind," Mark offered, though he too felt the creeping coldness. He reached for Emily's hand, squeezing it reassuringly. "Come on, let's take a look inside." The interior of the house was just as grand as they had imagined, with high ceilings, intricate moldings, and antique furniture that hinted at a rich, storied past. Yet there was an undeniable air of neglect. Dust covered the surfaces, and the once vibrant wallpaper had faded to a dull, peeling yellow. A large, ornate staircase dominated the entrance hall, its banister polished to a shine that seemed out of place in the otherwise neglected space. Emily wandered into the living room, her footsteps echoing on the hardwood floor. She admired the large fireplace, envisioning cozy nights spent there with Mark. But as she moved closer, she felt a sudden drop in temperature. Her breath puffed out in a visible cloud, and she frowned, wrapping her arms around herself. "Mark, do you feel that? It's freezing in here." Mark joined her, rubbing his hands together. "It is cold. Maybe the heating isn't working properly. I'll check the boiler later." Despite the chill, they continued their exploration of the house. The kitchen was large, though outdated, with old-fashioned appliances and a massive iron stove that dominated one wall. Upstairs, they found several bedrooms, each with its own distinct character. But no matter which room they entered, that same oppressive cold seemed to follow them. As they unpacked their belongings, trying to settle into their new home, strange noises began to echo through the house. At first, it was just the odd creak or groan, easily dismissed as the sounds of an old house settling. But soon the noises became more distinct. Footsteps in the hall, the distant sound of a door slamming shut, and most unsettling of all, the faint sound of whispering voices that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Emily tried to brush it off, attributing the noises to the house's age and the fact that they were still getting used to it. But as the days passed, the feeling of unease grew stronger. She began to notice cold spots throughout the house, places where the temperature would suddenly drop to a bone-chilling cold, even though the rest of the room was warm. Mark was less concerned, dismissing her fears with rational explanations. "Old houses make noise, Em. And the cold spots? Probably just drafts. We'll get a handyman to check it out." But Emily wasn't so sure. There was something about Hollow House that felt wrong, as though the very walls were alive with some unseen force, watching and waiting. Part 2. Ghostly Encounters. One night as they lay in bed, Emily was jolted awake by a loud thud. She sat up, her heart pounding, and listened. The house was silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hallway. She was about to lie back down when she heard it again, a soft, rhythmic thudding, like footsteps. "Mark, did you hear that?" she whispered, shaking him awake. Mark groggily opened his eyes, listening for a moment before sighing. "It's probably just the house settling. Go back to sleep." But Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She got out of bed, pulling on a robe, and crept out into the hallway. The cold air bit into her skin, and she shivered as she followed the sound of the footsteps, which seemed to be coming from the room at the end of the hall, the room they had not yet explored. As she approached the door, the sound abruptly stopped. Her hand trembled as she reached for the doorknob, hesitating for just a moment before turning it and pushing the door open. The room was dark, the only light coming from the pale moonlight that streamed through the tall windows. The furniture was covered in white sheets, giving the room an eerie, ghostly appearance. Emily took a cautious step inside, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of what might have caused the noise. But there was nothing, just the oppressive silence and the feeling that she was not alone. As she turned to leave, she caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye, a shadowy figure standing in the far corner of the room. She froze, her breath catching in her throat as she stared at the figure which seemed to be watching her with unseen eyes. "Mark," she whispered, her voice trembling. But the figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It simply stood there, a dark, looming presence that filled her with a sense of dread. Suddenly, the figure moved, gliding silently across the room toward her. Emily screamed, stumbling back out of the room and slamming the door shut behind her. She ran back to the bedroom, her heart racing, and shook Mark awake again, this time with more urgency. "Mark, there's something in the house!" Mark sat up, alarmed by the panic in her voice. "What? What are you talking about?" "There was something in the room at the end of the hall. A figure. I saw it, Mark. It was just standing there, watching me." Mark frowned, rubbing his eyes. "Emily, you were probably just seeing things. You're tired, and this house can play tricks on your mind." But Emily knew what she had seen. "No, Mark. It was real. I felt it." Despite his skepticism, Mark agreed to check the room. He grabbed a flashlight from the bedside table and led the way down the hall, with Emily following close behind. When they reached the door, Mark hesitated for a moment before pushing it open and shining the flashlight inside. The room was empty. "There's nothing here, Em," Mark said, turning to her with a concerned expression. Maybe it was just a shadow, or a trick of the light. But Emily couldn't shake the feeling of unease. She knew what she had seen, and it wasn't just a shadow. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences in the house became more frequent. Emily would find objects moved from their original places, lights flickering on and off without explanation. And once, she even discovered a message scrawled on the bathroom mirror in what looked like blood. "Get out!" She showed the message to Mark, who was just as disturbed as she was. "We need to get out of here," Emily insisted, her voice trembling with fear. "This house isn't right. There's something evil here." Mark, however, was more reluctant. They had invested all their savings into this house, and the thought of leaving it behind was hard to accept. "Let's just stay a little longer," he said, trying to reassure her. "Maybe we're just overreacting. I'll call someone to check out the house, see if there's a logical explanation for all of this." But deep down, even Mark was beginning to feel the weight of the house's malevolent presence. It was as if the house was alive, feeding off their fear, growing stronger with each passing day. And then, one night, the figure appeared again. Emily had been lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling, when she felt a sudden drop in temperature. She turned her head and saw the same shadowy figure standing at the foot of the bed, its dark form looming over her. She screamed, waking Mark, who immediately grabbed the flashlight and shone it in the direction of the figure. But the light passed right through it, illuminating the wall behind it. The figure began to move, slowly at first, then faster, as if rushing toward them. Mark grabbed Emily's hand, pulling her out of bed, and they ran from the room, slamming the door behind them. They stood in the hallway, trembling, as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the room, followed by the sound of something crashing to the floor. "We can't stay here," Emily said, her voice shaking. "We have to leave." But as they turned to go, they heard a voice, a deep, guttural voice that seemed to come from the very walls of the house. "You can't leave," it growled. "You belong to me now." Part 3. The history of the house. Desperate for answers, Mark and Emily decided to investigate the history of Hollow House. They drove into the nearby town, hoping to find some information that could explain the strange occurrences in their home. The town's library was small and dusty, with shelves lined with old books and yellowed newspapers. The librarian, an elderly woman with kind eyes, listened to their story with a concerned expression. "Hollow House has a dark past," she said, her voice hushed as if she were sharing a forbidden secret. "Many who have lived there have met tragic ends." She led them to a back room filled with old records and newspapers. "These might help you understand what you're dealing with," she said, before leaving them alone to sift through the documents. As they combed through the records, Mark and Emily discovered that the house had a long history of strange and unexplained events. The first recorded incident dated back to the late 1800s when the original owner, a wealthy businessman named Charles Hollow, mysteriously disappeared. His body was never found, and rumors spread that he had been driven mad by the house. The next owners, a family of 4, all perished in a tragic fire that consumed the house one cold winter night. The fire was said to have started in the same room where Emily had seen the shadowy figure. The locals whispered that the family had been cursed, that the house itself had willed the fire into existence. In the early 1900s, a group of spiritualists moved into the house, hoping to communicate with the spirits that were rumored to inhabit it. They held seances and performed rituals, but instead of finding peace, they were plagued by terrifying visions and violent poltergeist activity. The leader of the group, a man named Arthur Gray, was found dead in the house's basement, his body twisted in a grotesque manner that suggested he had died in great agony. As they read through the accounts, Emily felt a growing sense of dread. It was clear that Hollow House had a long and sinister history, one that had claimed the lives and sanity of many who had dared to live there. But the most chilling discovery came when they found an old photograph of Charles Hollow standing in front of the house. The man in the photograph looked eerily familiar. His tall, thin frame, sharp features, and piercing eyes bore a striking resemblance to the shadowy figure that had been haunting them. "It's him," Emily whispered, her voice trembling. "The figure I saw. It's Charles Hollow." Mark stared at the photograph, his face pale. "But that's impossible. He's been dead for over 100 years. But Emily knew what she had seen. The figure that had been haunting them was not just a ghost. It was the malevolent spirit of Charles Hollow, still trapped in the house, still seeking to claim more victims. As they left the librarian handed them one last piece of advice. "If you value your lives, leave that house and never look back. Hollow House doesn't let go easily." But when they returned to the house, they found that leaving would not be so simple. The oppressive atmosphere had intensified, and the once faint whispers had grown louder, more insistent. It was as if the house knew they had uncovered its secrets and was determined to keep them there. That night, as they lay in bed, they heard the voice again, this time clearer than before. "You belong to me," it hissed, sending a chill down their spines. Emily clung to Mark, her heart pounding in her chest. "We have to get out of here, Mark. We can't stay another night." Mark nodded, his face set with determination. "We'll leave first thing in the morning." But deep down, they both knew that the house wouldn't let them go so easily. Part 4. Possession. As dawn broke over Hollow House, Emily and Mark hurried to pack their belongings, their every movement tinged with a sense of urgency. But the house seemed to be fighting back. The walls groaned and creaked. The air grew colder with each passing minute. And the once dim whispers now filled the air with a cacophony of voices, all chanting the same words. "You cannot leave." Mark struggled to keep his composure, his hands trembling as he stuffed clothes into a suitcase. Emily, on the verge of panic, fumbled with the zipper, her breath coming in short, frantic gasps. "We have to stay calm," Mark said, his voice tight with tension. "We'll get out of here." But as they prepared to leave, something changed. The atmosphere in the house shifted, growing heavier, more oppressive. Mark suddenly felt a strange, overwhelming urge to stop what he was doing. He stood still, his eyes glazed over as if in a trance. "Mark?" Emily's voice was laced with fear as she noticed his strange behavior. "Mark, what's wrong?" Mark didn't respond. He simply stood there, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Then, slowly, he turned to face her, his expression cold and unrecognizable. "Mark?" Emily whispered, taking a cautious step toward him. But the man standing before her was no longer her husband. His eyes, once warm and loving, were now filled with a malevolent intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. "You're not leaving," he said, his voice low and dangerous. Emily backed away, her heart pounding in her chest. "Mark, what are you talking about? We have to leave. This house is dangerous." But Mark only smiled, a cruel, twisted smile that didn't belong to him. "You can't escape. You belong to the house now, just like I do." Panic surged through Emily as she realized what was happening. The house, the spirit of Charles Hollow, had taken control of Mark, turning him against her. "Mark, please fight it. This isn't you," she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. But Mark's expression remained unchanged. He took a step toward her, his movements slow and deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. Emily turned and ran, her only thought to get away, to escape the house before it consumed her too. She could hear Mark's footsteps behind her, heavy and unrelenting as she raced down the stairs and into the kitchen. She fumbled with the back door, her hands shaking so badly that she could barely turn the knob. But just as she managed to open it, the door slammed shut with a force that knocked her back. She stared at it in disbelief, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The house wouldn't let her leave. She spun around, searching for another way out, but Mark was already there, blocking her path. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he advanced on her, his expression one of cold determination. "You can't leave, Emily," he said, his voice unnaturally calm. "The house needs us. It needs our souls." Emily backed away, her mind racing. She had to find a way to break the house's hold on Mark, to free him from whatever malevolent force had taken control of him. But how? The house seemed to have a will of its own, a dark, twisted intelligence that was far beyond anything she could comprehend. Desperate, she grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter, holding it out in front of her. "Stay back, Mark. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to." But Mark only laughed, a chilling sound that sent a wave of terror through her. "You can't hurt me, Emily. You're too weak." He lunged at her, his hands outstretched, and Emily slashed at him with the knife. The blade grazed his arm, drawing blood. But he didn't even flinch. Instead, he grabbed her wrist, squeezing it with a strength that belied his slender frame. Emily cried out in pain, dropping the knife as Mark twisted her arm behind her back, forcing her to her knees. "You're mine now," he whispered in her ear, his breath hot against her skin. "You'll never leave." But just as she thought all hope was lost, a voice, soft, barely audible, whispered in her mind. It was a woman's voice, filled with sorrow and regret. "Fight him, Emily. Fight the house. It feeds on fear and despair, but it can be beaten." The voice gave her strength, and with a surge of adrenaline, Emily wrenched her arm free, shoving Mark away from her. He stumbled back, momentarily disoriented, and Emily scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know where the voice had come from, but it didn't matter. She had to trust it. She had to fight back. Summoning all her courage, Emily turned to face Mark, her eyes blazing with determination. "You won't take him from me," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "I won't let this house win." For a moment, Mark hesitated, his expression flickering as if the real Mark was struggling to break free. Emily seized the opportunity, grabbing a nearby candlestick and swinging it at him with all her might. The blow caught him across the head, and Mark crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Emily stood over him, panting, her whole body trembling with fear and exhaustion. She had won this battle, but she knew the war was far from over. The house was still alive, still watching, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. But she wouldn't let it take them. She wouldn't let it win. With a renewed sense of purpose, Emily dragged Mark's unconscious body out of the kitchen and into the living room. She had to get them out of the house, now. But as she reached for the front door, it too slammed shut with a deafening bang, the force of it sending her stumbling back. The house wouldn't let them leave. Emily knelt beside Mark, tears streaming down her face. "Please, Mark, wake up. I need you. I can't do this alone." But Mark remained unconscious, his breathing shallow and ragged. Despair threatened to overwhelm her. But then the voice, the same soft, sorrowful voice, spoke again. "There is a way out, but you must be strong. You must face the house, confront the spirit that haunts it. Only then will you be free." Emily looked around, her heart pounding. "How? How do I fight it?" The voice was silent for a moment, as if considering her question. Then, it answered. "The basement. That's where it all began. Where the house's power is strongest. You must go there and face it." The basement. The very thought of it filled Emily with dread, but she knew she had no choice. If she wanted to save Mark, to save herself, she would have to confront whatever evil lurked in the depths of Hollow House. With a deep breath, Emily steeled herself for what was to come. She gently laid Mark on the couch, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. "I'll be back, Mark, I promise." And with that, she turned and made her way to the basement door, her heart heavy with fear and determination. Part 5. Escape or Succumb. The basement door loomed before Emily like a dark, gaping maw, and for a moment she hesitated, her hand trembling as it hovered over the knob. The air was thick with an oppressive, malevolent energy, as if the house itself was aware of her intentions and was preparing to defend its secrets. Taking a deep breath, Emily steeled herself and turned the knob, pushing the door open. A cold, musty smell wafted up from the depths below, and she gagged, covering her mouth with her hand. The narrow staircase leading down into the basement was steep and dark, with only a single flickering light bulb to illuminate the way. With one last glance back at Mark, who lay unconscious on the couch, Emily began her descent into the darkness. The wooden steps creaked under her weight, each groan echoing ominously through the confined space. The deeper she went, the colder it became, until the chill seeped into her bones, making her shiver uncontrollably. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, the light above her flickered and then went out, plunging the basement into complete darkness. Emily froze, her heart racing, straining to see anything in the inky blackness. But there was nothing, only the oppressive darkness and the sound of her own ragged breathing. Then, from somewhere in the shadows, she heard it, a soft, whispering voice, filled with malice and hatred. "You should have left when you had the chance." The voice sent a wave of terror through her, but Emily forced herself to stay calm. She reached out, feeling her way along the cold, damp walls, until her hand brushed against something soft and wet. She recoiled in disgust, wiping her hand on her jeans. She fumbled in her pocket for her phone, the dim light from the screen providing just enough illumination to see by. The basement was large, with rows of old shelves lined with dusty boxes and forgotten relics. In the center of the room, a large wooden table stood, covered in strange symbols and what looked like dried blood. But it was what lay beyond the table that caught Emily's attention. In the far corner of the room, partially hidden by shadows, was an old, weathered door, its surface covered in deep, claw-like gouges. The door seemed to pulse with a dark energy, and Emily knew without a doubt that whatever lay beyond it was the source of the house's power, the malevolent force that had been tormenting them. Steeling herself, Emily made her way toward the door, her footsteps echoing through the silent basement. As she reached for the handle, the whispering voices grew louder, more insistent, filling her mind with a cacophony of hate and despair. "You will never leave this place alive. You are ours." Emily hesitated, her hand hovering over the handle. Fear clawed at her, urging her to turn back, to flee from the house and never look back. But she couldn't leave Mark. She couldn't leave him to suffer the same fate as those who had come before them. With a deep breath, she gripped the handle and pulled the door open. A blast of icy air hit her, and she staggered back, shielding her face from the freezing wind. Beyond the door was a small, dimly lit room, the walls covered in strange, arcane symbols. In the center of the room stood an altar, and on it lay an old, tattered book bound in leather. The air in the room was thick with the scent of decay, and Emily gagged as she stepped inside, her eyes fixed on the book. She knew instinctively that this book was the key to the house's power, the source of the malevolent force that had taken control of Mark and was determined to claim their souls. But as she reached for the book, the door slammed shut behind her, and the room was plunged into darkness. The temperature dropped even further, and Emily could see her breath puffing out in front of her in small white clouds. Then from the darkness the voice returned, this time louder and more menacing than before. "You are too late! You cannot save him! You cannot save yourself!" Emily's heart pounded in her chest as she fumbled with her phone, the dim light flickering as she turned it toward the book. The pages were filled with strange, illegible symbols, and as she touched them, a jolt of cold energy shot through her, making her gasp in pain. But she couldn't stop now. She had to break the house's hold over Mark. She had to destroy whatever power it held. Summoning all her courage, Emily began to chant the words from the book, her voice trembling with fear. As she spoke, the room seemed to come alive, the walls vibrating with a dark energy that pulsed through the air like a living thing. The voice grew louder, filling her mind with a torrent of hateful thoughts, but Emily forced herself to keep going, her voice growing stronger with each word. Then suddenly, the air in the room seemed to change. The oppressive energy that had filled the space began to dissipate, and the temperature slowly rose. The voices in her mind grew quieter, more distant, until they faded away completely. Emily gasped, dropping the book as the weight of what she had done crashed down on her. She had broken the house's hold. She had freed them. But as she turned to leave, she felt a cold hand grip her shoulder and she froze, her heart pounding in her chest. "You think you've won?" the voice hissed, filled with rage. "You think you can escape me?" Emily spun around, but there was no one there. Only the darkness and the lingering sense of malice that hung in the air. "You cannot defeat me! You are mine!" Emily's heart raced as she backed away, her eyes wide with terror. She had to get out of the basement. She had to get to Mark. But as she turned to leave, the door suddenly slammed shut, trapping her inside. "No!" she screamed, banging on the door with all her strength. "Let me out!" But the door wouldn't budge, and the room began to grow colder once more, the darkness closing in around her like a living thing. Desperate, Emily turned back to the altar, her eyes scanning the symbols on the walls for any clue that could help her escape. But the symbols seemed to shift and change, twisting into grotesque shapes that filled her with a sense of dread. Then, as if in answer to her silent plea, the book on the altar began to glow with a faint, eerie light. Emily hesitated for a moment, then reached for it, her hands trembling as she opened it to a random page. The symbols on the page seemed to pulse with energy, and as Emily began to read them aloud, the air in the room crackled with electricity. The darkness that had been closing in around her seemed to recoil, as if in pain, and the coldness that had seeped into her bones began to ebb away. But just as she thought she had won, the voice returned, louder and more furious than before. "You cannot escape me. You will never leave this house alive." Emily's heart pounded as she continued to chant, her voice growing stronger with each word. The room shook with the force of the house's rage, but she refused to stop, determined to break free from its grasp. Then, with a final, deafening roar, the darkness exploded outward, and the room was filled with a blinding light. Emily screamed, covering her eyes as the light consumed her, and for a moment, she felt as if she was being torn apart, her very soul ripped from her body. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded, and the room was still. Emily slowly opened her eyes, blinking in the dim light. The room was quiet, the air no longer heavy with the house's malevolent energy. The door that had trapped her inside was now open, the symbols on the walls faded and lifeless. She had done it. She had broken the house's power. With a sob of relief, Emily stumbled out of the room and back up the stairs, her legs trembling with exhaustion. She found Mark still lying on the couch, his face pale and drawn, but alive. "Mark," she whispered, shaking him gently. "Mark, wake up." Mark groaned, his eyes fluttering open. For a moment he looked at her with confusion, then his gaze cleared and he sat up, pulling her into his arms. "Emily, what happened?" he asked, his voice hoarse. Emily hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. "It's over, Mark. We're free." Mark held her close, his body trembling with relief. "Thank God. I thought we were done for." Emily nodded, still clinging to him as if afraid to let go. "We need to leave, Mark. We need to get out of this house and never come back." Mark didn't argue. He helped Emily to her feet, and together they gathered their belongings, moving quickly as if the house might change its mind and try to trap them again. But as they reached the front door, Emily paused, turning back to look at the house one last time. The oppressive energy that had filled it was gone, but the sense of malevolence still lingered in the air, like a faint, bitter aftertaste. "Goodbye, Hollow House," she whispered, her voice filled with a mix of relief and sorrow. "I hope you never claim anyone else." And with that, she and Mark stepped outside, the fresh air of the early morning filling their lungs as they walked away from the house that had nearly destroyed them. As they drove away, the first rays of sunlight began to creep over the horizon, casting the house in a warm, golden light. But even in the light of day, Hollow House remained a dark, foreboding presence, its secrets buried deep within its walls, waiting for the next unfortunate souls to stumble upon them. And as they disappeared down the winding road, the front door of the house slowly creaked open, as if inviting its next victims to come inside and discover the horrors that lay within. Story 3. The Cursed Mirror. Part 1. The Antique Shop. The tiny bell above the door tinkled as Emily pushed it open, stepping into the dimly lit confines of the antique shop. The air inside was thick with the scent of aged wood, polished brass, and the musty remnants of forgotten years. Shelves and displays overflowed with relics of the past, tarnished silverware, faded portraits, and time-worn furniture, all bearing the patina of history. Emily loved places like this. They were treasure troves of mystery, each item a potential key to some forgotten story. Today she was simply browsing, not looking for anything in particular. The shop was small but packed with curiosities, each one begging to be picked up, examined, and imagined in a different time. "Looking for something special, dear?" The voice was raspy, and when Emily turned, she saw the shopkeeper, an elderly man with sharp eyes that seemed to glint in the low light. His appearance was as antiquated as his merchandise. A well-worn suit, a fraying bow tie, and hands that looked as if they had handled these relics for centuries. "Just browsing," Emily replied with a polite smile, though something in the man's gaze made her feel like she was being carefully assessed. "Well, take your time," he said, retreating behind the counter, but not quite taking his eyes off her. "You never know what you might find." Emily nodded and continued her exploration. The shop was a labyrinth of narrow aisles and tightly packed displays. As she wandered deeper, she felt a curious pull, as if something in the shop was calling to her. After several minutes, she found herself in a small alcove at the back of the shop. It was darker here, and the shadows seemed to gather in the corners, giving the space an almost eerie feel. Her eyes scanned the various objects, and then she saw it, a mirror, tall and imposing, leaning against the wall. The mirror was unlike anything Emily had ever seen. It was at least 6 feet tall, with a heavy, ornate frame made of dark wood. The wood was intricately carved, the designs swirling and twisting in ways that seemed almost impossible, as if the frame itself were alive. But what struck her most was the glass. It was clear, but there was something about it that seemed off, as though it held depths far beyond its surface. Emily was transfixed. She stepped closer, her reflection growing larger as she approached. But as she gazed into the mirror, she noticed something strange. Her reflection was there, but it seemed different. The lighting in the alcove was dim, yet the reflection appeared overly sharp, with shadows that didn't quite match the room's. Intrigued and a bit unsettled, Emily reached out and ran her fingers along the frame. The wood was cold, almost unnaturally so, and the carvings under her touch felt sharper than they looked. "That's quite a piece, isn't it?" The shopkeeper's voice startled her, and she jumped back slightly. He had appeared so quietly beside her that she hadn't heard him approach. "Yes," Emily said, recovering. "It's beautiful. But there's something strange about it." The old man's eyes gleamed. "Ah, you have a keen eye. That mirror is old, very old. It's been in my collection for a long time, though its exact origins are a bit of a mystery. I don't often put it out, but today, well, something told me it was time." Emily couldn't tear her eyes away from the mirror. There was something compelling about it, something that tugged at the edges of her curiosity. "How much is it?" she asked, almost without thinking. The shopkeeper smiled, a thin, knowing smile. "For you, my dear, I think we can come to a reasonable arrangement." They haggled briefly, but Emily found herself agreeing to a price that was surprisingly affordable. As she paid, the shopkeeper carefully wrapped the mirror in thick brown paper, binding it with twine. "You be careful with this one," he said as he handed it to her. His voice was low, almost a whisper, and there was something in his tone that sent a shiver down her spine. "Mirrors like these have a way of showing more than you bargain for." Emily laughed nervously. "I'll be careful," she promised, though she didn't fully understand what he meant. As she left the shop, the bell tinkling once more behind her, she couldn't shake the feeling that the mirror had chosen her rather than the other way around. Part 2: Reflections of Horror. Emily's apartment was a cozy, eclectic space, a reflection of her love for the old and unusual. She had a knack for finding pieces that carried a story, and the mirror, with its dark wood and intricate carvings, seemed to fit perfectly. She placed it in her bedroom, directly across from her bed, so that it would be the first thing she saw in the morning. That night, as she got ready for bed, Emily found herself drawn to the mirror again. She stood before it, gazing into the glass. Her reflection stared back, but there was something about it that still unsettled her. The shadows in the reflection seemed too deep, too dark, as if the mirror held a different world behind the glass. Shaking off the feeling, she climbed into bed and turned off the light. But sleep didn't come easily. Her mind kept drifting back to the mirror, and every time she closed her eyes, she could see it in her mind, looming large and ominous in the darkness. When she finally drifted off, her sleep was troubled. She dreamt of the mirror, of standing before it and seeing her reflection twist and change, becoming something monstrous. In the dream, her reflection smiled at her. A cruel, twisted smile that didn't belong on her face. She woke with a start, her heart pounding, and the darkness of her room felt suffocating. The next morning, She shook off the dream as just a product of her imagination. But as she stood before the mirror, getting ready for the day, she couldn't help but scrutinize her reflection. It looked normal. Her brown hair, her tired eyes, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Over the next few days, the strange feelings only intensified. The dreams continued, each one more disturbing than the last. In them, she saw horrifying images, grotesque figures with distorted faces, shadowy figures lurking behind her, and scenes of violence that left her waking in a cold sweat. During the day, she noticed strange things about the mirror. At times, the reflection seemed to lag, as if it were struggling to keep up with her movements. Other times, she thought she saw shadows moving in the background, but when she turned around, nothing was there. One evening, after a particularly unsettling day, Emily sat in front of the mirror, staring into it as if trying to uncover its secrets. She was exhausted, the lack of sleep taking its toll, but she couldn't tear herself away. The more she looked, the more she thought she could see something in the depths of the glass, something moving just beneath the surface. And then, it happened. As she stared into the mirror, her reflection began to change. At first, it was subtle, a flicker in the corner of her eye, a slight distortion in the glass. But then it grew more pronounced. Her reflection's eyes darkened, the whites turning a sickly yellow. The face twisted, the features warping into something grotesque and alien. It grinned at her, a malicious, knowing grin, and Emily felt a wave of terror wash over her. She jumped back, her heart racing, and the reflection returned to normal as if nothing had happened. But she knew what she had seen. It wasn't just her imagination, it was real. From that night on, Emily could hardly bring herself to look in the mirror, but she couldn't avoid it either. Every time she passed by, she felt compelled to glance at it, dreading what she might see. The reflection seemed to mock her, smiling when she wasn't, twisting and changing in ways that defied explanation. The dreams grew worse. Now, she saw herself in the mirror in her sleep, her reflection moving on its own, reaching out to her with hands that weren't her own. The shadowy figure that lurked behind her in the glass grew more distinct, a tall, dark silhouette with eyes that glowed like embers. During the day, the line between reality and nightmare began to blur. Emily would catch glimpses of movement in the mirror out of the corner of her eye, but when she turned to look, there was nothing. The shadows in her reflection seemed to grow longer, darker, as if they were reaching out to engulf her. She became obsessed with the mirror, spending hours sitting in front of it, staring into the glass as if trying to confront whatever malevolent force lurked within. She felt as though she were losing her mind, but she couldn't stop. The mirror had a hold on her, a grip that tightened with every passing day. And then, one night as she sat in front of the mirror, her reflection spoke. It was her voice, but twisted, distorted, as if coming from a great distance. "You cannot escape," it whispered, the words sending a chill down her spine. "You belong to the mirror now." Emily recoiled, but her reflection did not move. It stared at her, its eyes dark and empty, and for the first time, she realized the truth. The mirror wasn't just showing her reflections, it was showing her something else, something dark and ancient that had been trapped in the glass for centuries. And now, it had its sights set on her. Part 3. The Mirror's Dark History. Desperate for answers, Emily knew she couldn't keep facing this terror alone. She needed to understand what was happening, to find out what kind of evil had been unleashed into her life. The next day, she took a leave of absence from work and devoted herself to researching the mirror's origins. Her first stop was the antique shop where she had purchased the mirror. But when she arrived, the shop was gone. In its place was a dusty, empty storefront with no sign of the old man or the treasures he had once sold. It was as if the shop had never existed. Frustrated but undeterred, Emily turned to the internet. She scoured forums, databases, and archives, searching for anything that might lead her to the mirror's history. She found references to similar items, mirrors that were said to be cursed, objects that reflected more than just the physical world, but nothing that matched her mirror exactly. Then she stumbled upon a local historian who specialized in occult artifacts. His name was Dr. Adrian Mercer, and his website boasted a vast knowledge of haunted objects and their histories. Emily contacted him immediately, explaining her situation in a frantic email. Dr. Mercer responded quickly, intrigued by her story. He agreed to meet with her the following day at a small, cluttered office in the city's historical district. When Emily arrived, she found the office filled with books, manuscripts, and strange artifacts. Dr. Mercer himself was a tall, thin man with a sharp, inquisitive gaze that made her feel both nervous and hopeful. "Tell me everything," he said, gesturing for her to sit. Emily recounted her experiences with the mirror, the shop, the strange occurrences, the terrifying reflections. Dr. Mercer listened intently, taking notes and occasionally nodding as if confirming something in his mind. When she finished, he sat back, folding his hands thoughtfully. "What you describe is consistent with other reports of cursed mirrors throughout history," he said. "Such objects have a long and dark history, often tied to the occult. They are believed to be conduits for malevolent forces, capable of reflecting not just the physical world, but the inner fears and darkness of those who gaze into them." He paused, then continued. "Your mirror. It sounds particularly potent. I've come across references to mirrors like it, but they are rare and extremely dangerous. It's possible that the mirror you have is one of the sorrowful mirrors, a set of ancient mirrors said to be cursed by a powerful sorcerer centuries ago." Emily leaned forward, her heart pounding. "What does that mean? How do I stop it?" Dr. Mercer sighed, shaking his head. "Stopping it isn't easy. These mirrors have a way of binding themselves to their owners, feeding off their fears and driving them to madness. The more you interact with it, the stronger its hold becomes. If it is indeed one of the sorrowful mirrors, it may have been responsible for numerous deaths over the centuries." He pulled out a thick, leather-bound book from his shelf, flipping through the pages until he found what he was looking for. He showed her an old illustration of a mirror that looked eerily similar to hers, surrounded by ominous symbols and inscriptions. "This," he said, tapping the page, "is what I believe you have. According to legend, these mirrors were created to trap the souls of those who gaze too long into them. They show their victims their deepest fears, twisting reality until the person can no longer distinguish between what is real and what is not. Eventually, the mirror consumes them, trapping their soul within the glass." Emily felt a cold dread settle in her stomach. "Is there any way to break the curse?" Dr. Mercer looked at her with a mix of pity and resolve. "There are stories, rumors really, of ways to break the curse, but they are not guaranteed. Some say that destroying the mirror will free the souls trapped within, but this is incredibly risky. If the mirror is not completely destroyed, the curse could be unleashed in a far more dangerous form. Others believe that the only way to be free is to confront the fear that the mirror is using against you and somehow resist it." Emily's mind raced. Destroy the mirror? Confront her fear? She didn't even fully understand what it was showing her, let alone how to fight it. But she knew one thing. She couldn't go on living like this, in constant fear of her own reflection. She thanked Dr. Mercer and left his office with the book he had given her, a deep sense of foreboding settling over her. As she walked home, the city seemed darker, the shadows longer. Every reflective surface, a window, a puddle, a car's side mirror, seemed to hold a hint of that terrible presence, lurking just beneath the surface. When she returned to her apartment, the mirror was waiting for her, its dark frame and deep glass seemingly more menacing than ever. She set the book on her desk and stared at the mirror, trying to steel herself for what was to come. Emily knew that she had to make a decision. She could destroy the mirror, risking whatever might be unleashed in the process, or she could confront the horrors it showed her, hoping to find a way to break free of its curse. Neither option was without danger, but she had no choice. The mirror had already begun to consume her life, and she feared it wouldn't stop until it had taken everything. Part 4. Descent into Madness. Over the following days, Emily's world became increasingly surreal. The mirror's grip on her mind tightened, warping her perception of reality. She spent hours staring into the glass, searching for any hint of her true self, but what she found instead was a growing darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. The visions in the mirror became more frequent and more disturbing. She saw images of herself in horrifying scenarios, drenched in blood, surrounded by grotesque creatures, or standing in a desolate, nightmarish landscape where the ground itself seemed to writhe with malevolent intent. And always, there was the shadowy figure, watching her from the depths of the glass, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. As the days passed, Emily's ability to distinguish between the real world and the mirror's twisted reflections began to erode. She would catch glimpses of the nightmare world in her periphery, shadows moving in ways they shouldn't, walls bleeding and pulsing as if alive, faces peering out at her from the darkness. But when she turned to look, everything would seem normal, leaving her questioning her sanity. She stopped sleeping, too afraid of the dreams that awaited her. The line between dream and wakefulness blurred until she couldn't tell when one ended and the other began. Her apartment, once a haven, now felt like a prison, a place where reality and nightmare had fused into one terrifying existence. Her obsession with the mirror grew. She began to hear whispers coming from the glass, soft at first, but growing louder each day. They called her name, beckoning her to come closer, to give in to the darkness that awaited her. Sometimes she would see herself in the mirror, but it wasn't her. This reflection was twisted and malevolent, mocking her with a smile that didn't belong on her face. Emily tried to resist, to fight back against the mirror's influence. She covered it with a sheet, hoping to block out the horror, but it was no use. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, even when she wasn't in the room. She started seeing the reflection in other surfaces, in the windows, in puddles, in the glossy finish of her kitchen table. No matter where she went, the mirror's presence followed her, taunting her, reminding her that there was no escape. She turned to the book Dr. Mercer had given her, searching for answers. But the words seemed to blur on the page, shifting and changing as she read. The book was filled with stories of others who had encountered similar mirrors, each tale more horrifying than the last. None of them had a happy ending. The mirrors had driven their owners to madness, to violence, and finally to death, their souls forever trapped in the cursed glass. Emily's desperation grew. She knew she was running out of time, that the mirror was winning. It had already begun to consume her mind, and soon it would take the rest of her. She became more erratic, her thoughts fractured and disjointed. She stopped answering her phone, stopped going outside. Her friends and family, concerned by her sudden withdrawal, left messages that she never listened to, emails that she never opened. The outside world became a distant memory, irrelevant in the face of the horrors she was confronting. One night, after days of isolation and terror, Emily snapped. She stood before the mirror, her eyes wild and desperate. The reflection stared back at her, its face twisted in a cruel, mocking grin. The shadowy figure loomed behind it, its presence more tangible than ever. "I won't let you take me," Emily whispered, her voice trembling with fear and determination. She grabbed a nearby lamp, raising it high above her head. "I won't let you win!" With a scream, she brought the lamp down on the mirror. The glass shattered, a spiderweb of cracks spreading across its surface. But instead of breaking, the mirror seemed to absorb the blow, the shards of glass sinking into the frame as if being swallowed by the darkness within. For a moment, everything was still. Emily stood there, panting, her hands shaking, waiting for the nightmare to end. But then, the mirror began to hum, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through the room. The cracks in the glass pulsed with a dark red light, and the shadowy figure inside began to move, pushing against the glass as if trying to break free. Emily stumbled back, her heart racing. She watched in horror as the figure emerged from the mirror, its form becoming more solid with each passing second. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that were too long and a face that was nothing but a void of darkness. Its eyes, those terrible, glowing eyes, locked onto hers, and she felt a cold, suffocating fear grip her. The creature reached out to her with its long, skeletal fingers, and Emily felt her mind unravel. The world around her twisted and distorted, the walls melting away to reveal the nightmare landscape she had seen in the mirror. The ground writhed beneath her feet, the air thick with the stench of decay and rot. "No!" Emily screamed, but her voice was lost in the void. The creature's hand closed around her, and she felt herself being pulled toward the mirror, toward the darkness that awaited her. She fought with everything she had, but it was no use. The mirror had claimed her, and as the creature dragged her into the glass, she felt her soul being torn from her body, her essence being absorbed into the mirror's cursed depths. The last thing she saw before the darkness consumed her completely was her own reflection, smiling at her from the other side of the glass, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Part 5. The Mirror Claims Another. The apartment was quiet. The broken lamp lay on the floor, its light extinguished. The mirror, cracked and pulsing with a faint red light, stood ominously in the bedroom. The air was heavy with a sense of finality, as if the room itself had absorbed the terror that had unfolded within its walls. Days passed, and Emily's absence went unnoticed. Her friends and family, concerned by her lack of communication, contacted the authorities. When the police arrived at her apartment, they found the door locked from the inside. They forced it open, stepping into a space that felt strangely oppressive, as if something unseen was watching them. They found no sign of Emily, only the broken lamp and the cracked mirror. Her belongings were untouched, her phone and keys lying on the kitchen counter, but there was no trace of her. It was as if she had simply vanished. The officers couldn't explain the strange atmosphere in the apartment, nor the unsettling feeling that seemed to emanate from the mirror. One of them, drawn to the damaged glass, peered into it, frowning at the way the cracks seemed to pulse with a faint red light. "What do you think happened here?" one of the officers asked, his voice hushed. The other shook his head, unable to tear his eyes away from the mirror. "I don't know. But whatever it was, it's not something I want to think about." They filed their report as a missing person case, but the mystery of Emily's disappearance lingered. Her friends and family searched for her, but there were no leads, no clues. It was as if she had been swallowed by the darkness, leaving behind only an empty apartment and a cracked mirror. Weeks turned into months, and eventually the case went cold. The apartment was cleared out, Emily's belongings packed away, and her possessions sold or donated. The mirror, with its dark frame and cracked glass, was purchased by a man at a liquidation sale. He found it fascinating, despite its damaged state, and thought it would make a unique addition to his home. He had no idea of the mirror's history, of the terror it had wrought, or the soul it had claimed. He placed it in his living room, admiring the way the light played off the cracks in the glass, giving it a strange, almost otherworldly appearance. But as the days passed, he began to notice strange things. Shadows moved in the mirror when they shouldn't have. The reflections seemed slightly off, as if they were lagging behind reality. And sometimes, when he looked into the mirror, he thought he could see a figure standing just behind him, watching him with eyes that glowed like embers. The man tried to ignore it, telling himself it was just his imagination. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger, the shadows in the mirror more pronounced. He began to have nightmares, dreams of a dark figure emerging from the glass, of a world where the ground writhed and the air was thick with decay. And then one night, he saw her, a woman, standing in the mirror, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with fear. She looked at him, pleading, as if begging for help. But as he stared in shock, her face twisted into a cruel, mocking grin, and her eyes glowed with a terrible light. The man recoiled, but the reflection didn't disappear. It stared at him, its smile growing wider, more sinister. And behind her, in the depths of the mirror, he saw the shadowy figure, its eyes glowing like embers, watching him with malevolent intent. The mirror had claimed another. As the man backed away, his heart pounding in his chest, he felt the air in the room grow cold. The shadows seemed to stretch toward him, reaching out with long, dark fingers. He tried to look away, but he couldn't. The mirror held him in its thrall, drawing him closer, closer to the darkness that awaited him. The curse continued, the mirror's hunger insatiable. Each victim, drawn in by the mirror's dark allure, added another soul to its collection, trapped forever in the depths of the glass, waiting for the next unwitting soul to gaze into its cursed reflection. And so, the mirror waits, patient and eternal, its dark history forgotten by the world, but not by those who have gazed into its depths. It waits for the next person to be drawn to its intricate design, to peer into its glass, and to find themselves staring back at something far more terrifying than their own reflection. The mirror's curse is unbroken, and it will continue to claim souls as long as there are those who are willing to look into the darkness and see what stares back at them. Story 4, The Basement, Part 1, Moving In. The old house stood at the edge of town, a relic from a bygone era. It was a large, imposing structure with weathered gray stone walls and tall windows that gazed out like empty eyes. The front yard was overgrown, the grass wild and unkempt. But the house itself had a certain charm, an air of forgotten grandeur that spoke of a time when it had been a place of warmth and life. For the Henderson family, it was exactly what they had been searching for. Stephen and Rachel Henderson had spent months looking for the perfect home. A place where they could raise their 2 children, Emma and Jake, away from the noise and chaos of the city. When they found the house listed for an impossibly low price, they couldn't believe their luck. "It's perfect," Rachel had said, standing in the spacious living room, admiring the high ceilings and the intricate woodwork that adorned the walls. "It just needs a little work, but it's perfect." Stephen had agreed, already picturing the renovations they could do to restore the house to its former glory. The children, too, were excited, running through the empty rooms and imagining where their new bedrooms would be. Even Emma, who at 12 was beginning to show the first signs of teenage reluctance, couldn't hide her excitement at the thought of living in such a grand old house. The only thing that gave them pause was the basement. The realtor, a middle-aged woman with a bright smile and a nervous demeanor, had mentioned it almost in passing as they toured the house. The basement door was locked, she explained, and the previous owners had left strict instructions that it was never to be opened. She couldn't, or wouldn't say why, only that it was an old family tradition, something about the house's history. Stephen had laughed it off, dismissing it as nothing more than superstition. "Probably just an old wine cellar or something," he had said. "Maybe they didn't want anyone getting into their stash." Rachel had nodded in agreement, though she couldn't help but feel a slight unease at the thought. But the house was perfect in every other way, and she didn't want to dwell on something as minor as a locked door. The deal was finalized quickly, and within a few weeks, the Hendersons were moving in. Boxes were unpacked, furniture was arranged, and the house slowly began to feel like home. The children settled into their new rooms, and life took on a comforting routine. But the basement door remained locked. It was located at the far end of the hallway on the ground floor, a heavy wooden door with a rusty old padlock securing it. It was an odd feature in an otherwise inviting home, and though they tried to ignore it, the door seemed to cast a shadow over the house, a lingering reminder of the mystery it held. Stephen was the first to bring it up again. It had been a few weeks since they had moved in, and one evening as they sat down to dinner, he casually mentioned the door. "Have you thought about what's behind that basement door?" he asked, glancing at Rachel as he cut into his steak. Rachel shrugged, though the truth was she had thought about it often. "Not really. I figured it's just storage or something. Maybe we should just leave it alone." Stephen nodded thoughtfully. "Maybe. But it's strange, don't you think? Why would they lock it up like that? It's probably nothing, but part of me is curious." "Maybe it's haunted," Emma chimed in with a grin, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. "Maybe there's a ghost down there." Jake, who was only 8, looked up from his plate with wide eyes. "A ghost? Really?" "Don't be silly," Rachel said, giving Emma a warning look. "There's no such thing as ghosts." Emma just shrugged, but the seed of curiosity had been planted. Over the next few days, Stephen found himself thinking more and more about the locked door. He wasn't a superstitious man, and the idea of a hidden room in his own house that he couldn't access bothered him. What if there was something valuable down there? Or something dangerous? Finally, one Saturday morning, Stephen decided to take a closer look. He retrieved his toolbox from the garage and walked down the hallway to the basement door. Rachel was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and the kids were playing outside. It was the perfect time to see if he could figure out a way to open it. The padlock was old and rusted, but solid. Stephen examined it closely, trying to determine if it could be picked or forced open. He tried a few tools, but the lock wouldn't budge. Frustrated, he decided to leave it for now, but the thought of the locked door gnawed at him. When he returned to the kitchen, Rachel was waiting for him. "What were you doing?" "Just checking out that lock," Stephen replied. "It's tougher than it looks." Rachel frowned, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "Do you really think we should open it? What if there's a reason it's locked?" Stephen shrugged, trying to sound casual. "I'm sure it's nothing. But it's our house now, and I don't like the idea of not knowing what's down there. We should at least see what we're dealing with." Rachel hesitated, then nodded. "Maybe you're right. But let's be careful, okay?" "Of course," Stephen said, giving her a reassuring smile. They decided to leave it for another day, but the locked door weighed heavily on their minds. What could be so important that the previous owners had gone to such lengths to keep it sealed? And why had they been so adamant that it should never be opened? The answers, it seemed, would have to wait. But not for long. Part 2. Voices from Below. The unease in the house began subtly at first. It was nothing the Hendersons could put their finger on, just a feeling, a sense that something wasn't quite right. The house, which had seemed so warm and inviting, now felt colder, the shadows deeper and more oppressive. And always there was the basement door, standing silent and locked at the end of the hallway. It was Jake who noticed it first. One night, as he lay in bed, he heard a faint sound, like someone whispering. He sat up, straining to hear, but the noise stopped. He lay back down, pulling the covers up to his chin, trying to convince himself that it was just his imagination. But then he heard it again, a soft murmur coming from somewhere below. "Mom?" he called out, his voice trembling. Rachel, who had been reading in the living room, came to his room and sat on the edge of his bed. "What is it, sweetie?" "I heard something," Jake said, his eyes wide. "Someone's talking downstairs." Rachel listened for a moment but heard nothing. She smoothed Jake's hair and smiled reassuringly. "It's just the old house making noises. Houses like this creak and groan sometimes, especially at night. There's nothing to be afraid of." Jake nodded, though he didn't look convinced. Rachel kissed him goodnight and turned off the light. But as she left the room, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next morning, Jake was quiet, his usual cheerful demeanor subdued. When Rachel asked him what was wrong, he just shook his head and said he hadn't slept well. Emma teased him, calling him a scaredy cat, but Rachel noticed the way Jake avoided looking toward the basement door as he passed it on his way to the kitchen. That night, the voices returned. This time it was Emma who heard them. She was lying in bed, listening to music on her headphones when she thought she heard someone calling her name. She paused the music, pulling off her headphones, and listened. "Emma?" The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it was unmistakable. She sat up, her heart pounding, and looked around her room. It was empty, the door closed, the only light coming from the lamp on her nightstand. But the voice came again, this time more insistent. "Emma, come down!" Emma's breath caught in her throat. It was coming from downstairs, from the direction of the basement. She jumped out of bed and ran to her parents' room, her face pale. "Mom! Dad! Someone's calling me!" she said, her voice trembling. Stephen and Rachel exchanged a worried look. Stephen got out of bed and put a comforting arm around Emma's shoulders. "It's okay, Emma. There's no one here but us." "But I heard it," Emma insisted. "It was coming from downstairs." Stephen hesitated, then nodded. "Okay, let's go check it out together." They all walked downstairs, Stephen leading the way. The house was dark and silent, the only sound the creaking of the floorboards beneath their feet. They stopped in front of the basement door and Stephen tried the handle, but it was still locked. "See? There's nothing here," Stephen said, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's probably just the wind or the house settling." Emma nodded slowly, though she kept glancing back at the basement door as they returned to bed. But the voices didn't stop. Over the next few days, both children continued to hear the strange noises. Whispers, murmurs, sometimes even what sounded like faint laughter. The voices always seemed to come from the basement, and they were growing more frequent, more persistent. Even Rachel began to notice strange sounds at night, creaks and thumps that couldn't be explained by the house settling. Stephen, too, was growing more uneasy. He tried to rationalize it, telling himself it was just an old house, that there was nothing to be afraid of. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. One evening, as they sat down to dinner, Jake suddenly blurted out, "What if it's a ghost?" Rachel frowned. "What are you talking about?" "The voices," Jake said, his eyes wide with fear. "What if it's a ghost in the basement?" "There's no such thing as ghosts," Stephen said firmly, though he couldn't help but glance toward the hallway where the basement door was. "But I heard it," Jake insisted. "And so did Emma." Rachel reached across the table and took Jake's hand. "We're all just a little on edge because the house is new and unfamiliar. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation for the noises. Maybe it's just the wind or something in the walls." Jake didn't look convinced, but he nodded. Emma, however, was less easily reassured. "What if something bad happened here?" she asked, her voice low. "What if someone died in the basement?" "Emma, that's enough," Stephen said sharply. "There's nothing wrong with this house. We're all just letting our imaginations run wild." But despite his firm words, Stephen couldn't help but feel a growing sense of dread. The voices were getting louder, and the basement door seemed to cast a longer shadow each day. It was as if the house itself was alive, and something malevolent was stirring beneath their feet. As the nights passed, the voices grew more insistent, more demanding. They called to the children, whispering their names, urging them to come closer. Even Rachel began to hear them in the dead of night, soft murmurs that seemed to seep through the walls and invade her dreams. The once cozy and inviting house had become a place of fear and uncertainty, and the Hendersons could no longer ignore the dark presence that seemed to be growing stronger with each passing day. Something was in the basement, and it was only a matter of time before it made itself known. Part 3. The door is opened. The tension in the house reached a breaking point one stormy night. The wind howled outside, and the rain lashed against the windows, creating an eerie backdrop to the unease that had settled over the family. The voices had been growing louder, more distinct, and now there was something new. A rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking from within the basement. Stephen sat in the living room, staring at the television. But he wasn't really watching. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the basement, the locked door that had become a source of fear and mystery. He had tried to ignore it, to dismiss the voices and sounds as figments of their imagination, but he could no longer deny that something was terribly wrong. Rachel was in the kitchen, cleaning up after dinner, but her movements were distracted, her mind elsewhere. The children were upstairs, but neither had wanted to go to bed alone. Emma had been the most vocal, insisting that they needed to open the basement door and see what was inside. "We can't just keep ignoring it," Emma had said earlier that evening. "Something is down there, and it's not going to stop until we find out what it is." Rachel had tried to calm her, but she knew Emma was right. The fear in the house was palpable, and it was only a matter of time before something happened. As the storm raged outside, Stephen finally made up his mind. He couldn't stand it any longer. The not knowing, the constant fear. He stood up, his jaw set with determination, and went to the garage to retrieve his toolbox. Rachel heard him and followed, a look of concern on her face. "What are you doing?" "I'm opening the door," Stephen said, his voice firm. "I can't take this anymore. We need to know what's down there." Rachel hesitated, then nodded. "I'll help you." Together, they walked down the hallway to the basement door. The children, hearing the commotion, came downstairs and watched anxiously from the staircase. The tapping noise had grown louder, more insistent, as if whatever was on the other side of the door knew they were coming. Stephen knelt in front of the door and examined the old padlock. It was rusted and worn, but still sturdy. He tried a few tools, but nothing seemed to work. Frustrated, he grabbed a hammer and chisel and began to force the lock open. The sound of the hammer striking the chisel echoed through the house, each blow sending a jolt of fear through the family. Finally, with a loud crack, the lock gave way, the rusted metal breaking apart. Stephen paused, his heart pounding. The basement door, free from the padlock, creaked slightly as it loosened from the frame. Rachel placed a hand on Stephen's shoulder, her voice trembling. "Are you sure we should do this?" "We have to," Stephen replied, though he wasn't sure if he was reassuring Rachel or himself. Taking a deep breath, Stephen reached for the door handle and slowly turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. A cold, damp draft wafted up from the basement, carrying with it a musty, decaying smell that made them all recoil. Stephen grabbed a flashlight from his toolbox and flicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. He took a step forward, the old wooden stairs groaning under his weight. Rachel and the children followed, each step taking them deeper into the unknown. The basement was cold and damp, the walls lined with old stone that was slick with moisture. The air was thick with the smell of mold and rot, and the flashlight beam flickered as if the darkness was trying to swallow it. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, the beam of light revealed a scene that made Rachel gasp in horror. The basement was filled with old, rotting furniture, covered in dust and cobwebs. Broken chairs, a tattered sofa, and a decaying wooden table were arranged haphazardly around the room, as if someone had abandoned the space in a hurry. But it wasn't the furniture that terrified them, it was the walls. Strange symbols were drawn on every surface, crude and unsettling shapes that seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light. They were painted in a dark, dried substance that Rachel could only guess was blood. The symbols were unlike anything they had ever seen before, a twisted amalgamation of spirals, lines, and shapes that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. In the center of the room was an old wooden chair, positioned as if someone had been sitting in it, facing the wall covered in symbols. The chair was stained and worn, but what caught their attention was the rope. the frayed remains of thick, coarse rope that was still tied around the chair's arms and legs, as if it had once restrained someone. Rachel covered her mouth in shock, her heart racing. "Oh my God!" Stephen moved the flashlight around the room, revealing more of the horrifying scene. The walls seemed to close in on them, the symbols almost alive with an unseen power. The air was thick with a sense of dread, a feeling that they had disturbed something that should have been left alone. "Dad, what is this?" Emma asked, her voice shaking. Stephen didn't answer. He was too focused on the symbols, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. There was something about them, something familiar yet alien. They seemed to hum with an energy that made his skin crawl. As they stood there, frozen in fear, a low, guttural voice echoed through the basement, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Leave! Now!" Rachel screamed, grabbing Stephen's arm. "We need to get out of here!" Stephen nodded, his mind racing. They turned to leave, but the basement door slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping them inside. The flashlight flickered, the beam of light dimming as the darkness closed in around them. The voice came again, louder this time, filled with malice. "You should not have come." Panic set in as the family realized they were trapped. Stephen banged on the door, but it wouldn't budge. The walls seemed to pulse with a dark energy, the symbols glowing faintly as the temperature in the room dropped. Rachel clutched the children, trying to comfort them, even as she trembled with fear. "Stephen, we have to get out of here! I'm trying!" Stephen shouted, his voice tinged with desperation. He turned back to the room, searching for another way out. But the darkness was oppressive, the air heavy with a sense of impending doom. And then, they heard it, a sound that chilled them to the bone. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the far end of the basement. The flashlight flickered, and for a brief moment they saw it. A figure, tall and shadowy, moving toward them with an unnatural grace. The children screamed, and Rachel held them tighter, her eyes wide with terror. Stephen backed away, the flashlight shaking in his hand as the figure came closer, its form indistinct, like a shadow given life. The voice, cold and menacing, spoke one last time. "You have awakened the darkness, and now you will pay the price." The flashlight went out, plunging them into complete darkness. The air was thick with fear, the basement filled with the sound of their frantic breathing and the approaching footsteps. They had opened the door, and now there was no turning back. Part 4, The Dark Secret. The Henderson family barely escaped the basement that night. In the pitch-black darkness, with the ominous figure closing in on them, Stephen had managed to find the basement stairs, and with Rachel and the children close behind, they had scrambled up the steps. The door, which had seemed impossibly stuck moments before, suddenly gave way, and they burst into the hallway, slamming it shut behind them. They didn't sleep that night. Instead, they huddled together in the living room, every creak of the old house making them jump, every shadow seeming to hold some hidden menace. The children were too frightened to speak, and even Stephen, who had always been the rock of the family, was pale and shaken. Morning brought little comfort. The storm had passed, but the events of the previous night lingered in the air like a dark cloud. They needed answers, and they needed them fast. Rachel suggested they start by researching the history of the house. There had to be something in the town records or in old newspapers that could explain what they had seen in the basement. Stephen agreed, though he was reluctant to leave the house. The thought of leaving Rachel and the kids alone after what had happened filled him with dread. But they couldn't all stay holed up in the house, paralyzed by fear. After a quick breakfast, Stephen and Rachel made arrangements for the children to stay with their grandparents for a few days. Once the kids were safely out of the house, Stephen and Rachel drove to the local library, hoping to find something, anything, that could explain the horrors they had uncovered. The library was quiet. the air thick with the scent of old books and musty paper. They split up, Stephen heading to the newspaper archives while Rachel searched through the town records. Hours passed as they sifted through old documents, growing more frustrated with each passing minute. It seemed like there was nothing unusual about the house, nothing that could explain the dark presence they had encountered. But then, just as Rachel was about to give up, she found something. A newspaper article from nearly a century ago, tucked away in the back pages of an old edition. Asterisk, asterisk, local man missing. Foul play suspected asterisk, asterisk. The article detailed the mysterious disappearance of a man named Elias Blackwood, who had lived in the house the Hendersons now called home. According to the article, Blackwood had been a well-known figure in the town, though not a particularly well-liked one. He was a reclusive man, rumored to have dabbled in the occult, and he had disappeared without a trace one night, leaving behind a house filled with strange symbols and an air of dread. Rachel's heart raced as she read on. The article went on to describe how the townspeople had grown wary of Blackwood in the months leading up to his disappearance. Strange noises had been heard coming from his house, and several neighbors claimed to have seen shadowy figures moving in the windows at night. There were even whispers that Blackwood had been involved in some sort of dark ritual, though no one could prove it. The most chilling part of the article, however, was the description of the basement. After Blackwood's disappearance, the authorities had searched the house, and what they found in the basement was enough to make even the most seasoned detectives uneasy. The room had been filled with strange symbols, painted on the walls in what appeared to be blood, and there was an overwhelming sense of something dark and malevolent lingering in the air. The article concluded by mentioning that the house had remained vacant for several years after Blackwood's disappearance, with many believing it to be cursed. Eventually, it had been sold to a new owner, who had locked the basement and left strict instructions that it was never to be opened. Rachel felt a cold shiver run down her spine. This was it. This was the dark secret they had been searching for. Blackwood had been involved in something terrible, something that had left a stain on the house, and now they had unleashed it by opening the basement door. She hurried to find Stephen, who was still buried in old newspapers. When she showed him the article, his face grew pale. "So that's what's been haunting us," he said, his voice grim. "Whatever Blackwood was doing down there, it left something behind." Rachel nodded, her mind racing. "We need to find out more. There has to be something in the town's history about Blackwood and what he was involved in." They spent the rest of the day digging through the archives, piecing together the story of Elias Blackwood. As they read more, a chilling picture began to emerge. Blackwood had been an outsider, a man who had moved to the town under mysterious circumstances. He kept to himself, rarely seen in public, and when he was, it was usually at odd hours, wandering the streets in the dead of night. The townspeople had whispered about him, suspecting him of being involved in dark practices, but no one had dared confront him. The rumors grew darker after a series of strange occurrences began to plague the town. Livestock went missing, crops withered, and several people fell ill with mysterious ailments. Some even claimed to have seen Blackwood performing strange rituals in the woods at night, though these accounts were always second-hand and unverifiable. Then came the night of his disappearance. According to the records, Blackwood had been last seen entering his house one evening, but by morning, he was gone. The only evidence left behind was the disturbing scene in the basement, the symbols, the strange atmosphere, and the old blood-stained chair. As they read on, Stephen and Rachel discovered that the town had tried to erase Blackwood's memory, as if by doing so, they could rid themselves of the darkness he had brought with him. The house had changed hands several times over the years, with each new owner either abandoning it or locking the basement and never returning. The final piece of the puzzle came when they found an old journal kept by one of the town's earliest residents. The journal described in detail the rituals Blackwood had been rumored to perform, dark ceremonies meant to summon and bind spirits to do his bidding. The symbols in the basement, according to the journal, were part of these rituals, used to trap the spirits within the house. But something had gone wrong. Blackwood had underestimated the power of the spirits he was dealing with, and in his final ritual, he had unleashed something far more dangerous than he had intended. The journal hinted that the spirit had been bound to the basement, trapped by the symbols on the walls, but that it was always seeking a way to break free. Rachel's hands trembled as she closed the journal. "We need to get out of that house," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We need to leave and never come back." Stephen nodded, his face set in grim determination. "We will, but we need to find a way to seal that spirit first. We can't just leave it there to torment the next family that moves in." They spent the rest of the day researching ways to break the curse, poring over old texts and consulting with experts on the occult. It was a race against time, for they knew that the spirit was growing stronger with each passing day, and they feared what might happen if they didn't act quickly. Finally, they found a possible solution, a ritual that could seal the spirit back into the basement, trapping it once more behind the symbols on the walls. But it was a dangerous ritual, one that required great courage and strength of will, for they would need to face the spirit head-on in order to banish it. With a sense of dread, Stephen and Rachel prepared themselves for the final confrontation. They knew that they were risking everything, but they had no other choice. The darkness that Blackwood had unleashed had to be sealed, and they were the only ones who could do it. That night, they returned to the house, the weight of what they were about to do pressing down on them like a heavy shroud. The house was silent, the air thick with anticipation. The basement door stood closed, but they could feel the presence behind it, waiting for them. Rachel took a deep breath, steeling herself. "Are you ready?" Stephen nodded, though his heart was pounding. "Let's end this." With the ritual book in hand, they opened the basement door and descended into the darkness, knowing that they might not make it out alive. Part 5. The family's fight for survival. The basement was colder than before, the air heavy with the presence of the malevolent spirit. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse with a dark energy, and the old furniture appeared even more decayed, as if the room itself was rotting from the inside out. Stephen and Rachel stood at the foot of the stairs, their hearts pounding in unison. They had brought with them the tools they needed for the ritual: candles, chalk, and a small vial of holy water that they had obtained from a local church. The ritual was complex, requiring them to redraw the symbols on the walls and recite an incantation that would, in theory, seal the spirit back within the boundaries of the basement. But the spirit knew they were there. As they began to set up, the room grew colder, the darkness pressing in on them like a suffocating blanket. The shadows on the walls seemed to move of their own accord, and the low, guttural voice they had heard before echoed through the room, filling them with a deep sense of dread. "Leave this place, or suffer." Rachel's hands trembled as she lit the candles, placing them in a circle around the room. The flickering flames provided little comfort, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. Stephen, meanwhile, knelt in front of one of the symbols, his hand shaking as he redrew the lines with chalk. "We're not leaving," Stephen said, his voice firm despite the fear gnawing at him. "We're sending you back where you belong." The spirit's presence grew stronger, the air crackling with energy. The symbols on the walls began to glow faintly, as if responding to the spirit's anger. The old chair in the center of the room creaked, the frayed ropes twitching as if something unseen was struggling against them. Rachel opened the ritual book, her eyes scanning the ancient text. The words were in a language she didn't understand, but she had practiced the incantation enough times to have it memorized. She took a deep breath and began to recite the words, her voice trembling at first, but growing stronger as she continued. As she spoke, the spirit's anger became palpable. The temperature in the room plummeted, and a strong gust of wind blew through the basement, extinguishing several of the candles. The darkness closed in, and for a moment, Rachel thought she saw the shadowy figure moving toward them, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. But she didn't stop. She continued the incantation, her voice rising above the howling wind. Stephen worked frantically to redraw the symbols, the chalk lines glowing brighter with each stroke. The room seemed to pulse with energy, the symbols on the walls flickering between light and darkness. Then, with a final word, Rachel completed the incantation. For a moment, everything was still. The wind died down, and the room was plunged into silence. The symbols on the walls glowed brightly, casting a harsh light on the decaying furniture and the rotting walls. And then, the spirit screamed. It was a sound unlike anything they had ever heard. A terrible, soul-wrenching scream that echoed through the basement, shaking the walls and rattling the old furniture. The shadows on the walls twisted and writhed, the air crackling with dark energy. Rachel and Stephen watched in horror as the spirit materialized in front of them, its form a swirling mass of darkness and rage. It reached out toward them with long skeletal fingers, its glowing eyes filled with hatred. But as the symbols on the walls pulsed with light, the spirit recoiled, its form flickering as if it was being torn apart. The glowing lines seemed to bind it, pulling it back toward the center of the room, toward the old chair that had once been its prison. The spirit fought against the pull, its screams growing more desperate. But the ritual was working. The symbols glowed brighter, the lines forming a cage around the spirit, drawing it back to where it had been trapped for so long. With one final ear-piercing scream, the spirit was pulled into the chair, its form dissolving into a cloud of dark smoke. The ropes on the chair tightened, and the symbols on the walls flared with light before dimming to a faint glow. Then, silence. The basement was still. The oppressive atmosphere lifted. The symbols on the walls remained faintly glowing, the ritual complete. The spirit was sealed once more, trapped within the boundaries of the basement, unable to harm anyone again. Rachel collapsed to her knees, her body shaking with relief and exhaustion. Stephen rushed to her side, pulling her into a tight embrace. They had done it. They had faced the darkness and survived. But as they sat there, holding each other in the dimly lit basement, they couldn't shake the feeling that the spirit was still watching them, still waiting for another chance to break free. They knew they couldn't stay in the house. The ritual had sealed the spirit, but the house was tainted, its walls soaked with the darkness that Blackwood had unleashed so many years ago. The next day, they packed up their belongings and left the house, never to return. They sold the property to a developer who planned to tear it down and build something new in its place. Stephen and Rachel didn't care what happened to the house, as long as they were far away from it. They moved to a new town, starting fresh in a place that held no dark secrets, no haunted basements. But the memories of what they had experienced stayed with them, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of the world. And as they settled into their new life, they couldn't help but wonder, had they truly sealed the spirit? Or had they merely delayed the inevitable? Only time would tell. But for now they were free, and that was enough. The Forgotten Village. Part 1. Lost in Time. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm orange glow over the dense trees as the group of friends cruised along the narrow country road. 5 of them had set out for an impromptu road trip to escape the pressures of work, school, and life in general. It was supposed to be a fun, carefree adventure, just a few days to relax and unwind. They hadn't planned any specific route, preferring to explore the back roads and small towns as they went. But now, as twilight approached and the road became increasingly desolate, they realized they hadn't seen a sign or a gas station in hours. "I think we're lost," Rachel said from the passenger seat, squinting at the map on her phone. "There's no signal out here, and we haven't passed any towns in ages." "I told you we should have taken the highway," Mike grumbled from the back seat. He was always the practical one, cautious to the point of annoyance at times. "We're fine," Sarah, who was driving, replied with forced optimism. "We just need to find a place to stop for the night. We'll figure out where we are in the morning." Beside Mike, Jen was unusually quiet, staring out the window at the looming forest. "This place is kinda creepy, though," she muttered. "Feels like we're driving into the middle of nowhere." In the front seat, Josh, Sarah's boyfriend, was peering ahead intently. "Wait, there's something up there." Sure enough, a cluster of old, weathered buildings began to emerge from the shadows. A village tucked away in the middle of the woods. The road led directly to it, as if it had been waiting for them all along. "Finally," Sarah sighed in relief. "Let's check it out. Maybe we can find a place to stay." As they approached the village, the first thing they noticed was how old it looked. The buildings were constructed from stone and timber, their roofs thatched with straw. The streets were narrow and cobblestone, lined with small, quaint cottages. But something about the place felt wrong. There were no signs of modern life. No cars, no electrical poles, no lights. It looked like something out of the 19th century. "Is this place for real?" Rachel whispered as they parked the car in what looked like the village square. Josh shook his head in disbelief. "It's like we've stepped back in time." As they got out of the car, a few villagers appeared, watching them with curious expressions. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothing, long skirts, simple tunics, and rough woolen coats. Some of the men wore wide-brimmed hats, while the women had their hair tied up in headscarves. Their faces were pale and gaunt, as if they had rarely seen sunlight. "Hello?" Sarah called out, trying to sound friendly, though her voice wavered slightly. "We're just passing through. Do you have an inn or somewhere we can stay for the night?" The villagers stared at them in silence, their eyes unblinking. After a few moments, an older man with a long gray beard stepped forward. He looked them up and down before speaking in a slow, deliberate voice. "We don't get many visitors here," he said, "but we have a room in the inn. You can stay." Sarah smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Thank you." The man nodded and motioned for them to follow. The villagers parted to let them through, their eyes still fixed on the newcomers with a strange intensity. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but followed the man down a narrow street to a small, two-story building that appeared to be the village inn. Inside, the inn was dimly lit by candles. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and something faintly metallic. The furniture was rough-hewn, and the walls were lined with dusty tapestries that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. "We'll be leaving first thing in the morning," Sarah said, trying to keep her voice steady as she handed the man a few bills from her wallet. He took the money without a word, his eyes never leaving hers. "Stay as long as you need," he said, before turning and walking away, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Once they were alone in their rooms, the friends began to voice their concerns. "Okay, this place is seriously weird," Mike said, pacing back and forth. "Who lives like this in the 21st century? No electricity, no phones, no nothing?" Rachel shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her. "It's like they're stuck in another time." "Did you see the way they were looking at us?" "It's probably just a small, isolated community," Josh offered, though even he didn't sound convinced. "We'll be fine. We just need to get some rest, and we'll leave first thing tomorrow." The others nodded, though the unease in the air was palpable. As they settled into their uncomfortable beds, the night outside grew unnaturally still. No crickets, no wind, just silence. And somewhere, faintly, the distant sound of a bell ringing. Part 2. The Strange Rituals. The next morning, the village was shrouded in a thick fog, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in any direction. The friends gathered in the inn's small dining area, where a meager breakfast had been set out for them. Stale bread, watery porridge, and a strange, bitter tea. "I've had better food in the hospital," Jen muttered under her breath, pushing the porridge around with her spoon. Mike wasn't eating either. He glanced out the window, the fog swirling like a living thing. "We should leave soon. I don't like the feel of this place." Sarah agreed. We'll finish up and hit the road. Hopefully the fog clears up once we get out of the village." But as they gathered their things and headed for the car, they noticed a group of villagers gathered in the square. There were more of them now, and they seemed to be preparing for something. A large stone altar had been set up in the center of the square, surrounded by candles and what looked like animal bones. The villagers were chanting in low rhythmic voices, their faces expressionless. "What the hell is that?" Josh asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Some kind of ritual?" Rachel suggested, though the unease in her voice was clear. "Maybe it's just a tradition. Rural villages have weird customs sometimes." But as they watched, the ritual became increasingly unsettling. The villagers began to move in a slow, deliberate dance around the altar, their voices rising in a chilling chant. One of the women stepped forward, holding a writhing chicken in her hands. With a swift motion, she slit the bird's throat, letting the blood spill onto the altar. "Oh my God," Jen gasped, turning away. "This is messed up," Mike said, his face pale. "We need to leave. Now." They hurried to the car, their hearts pounding. But when Sarah turned the key in the ignition, nothing happened. "What the?" She tried again, but the engine refused to start. "It was working fine yesterday." "Let me try," Josh said, sliding into the driver's seat. He fiddled with the ignition, but the car remained stubbornly silent. "We can't be stuck here," Rachel said, her voice rising with panic. "We have to find a way out." The friends got out of the car and began to walk back toward the village square, hoping to find someone who could help. But as they approached, they saw that the ritual had escalated. The villagers were now dressed in long, tattered robes, their faces obscured by strange, animal-like masks. The chanting had grown louder, more feverish, and the air was thick with the smell of burning herbs and blood. "We shouldn't be here," Mike said, backing away. "We need to go. Now." Before they could retreat, one of the masked villagers spotted them. With a slow, deliberate movement, the figure raised a hand and pointed directly at the group. The chanting stopped, and all eyes turned toward the outsiders. For a moment, no one moved. Then, without warning, the villagers began to advance toward them, their movements slow but purposeful. "Run!" Josh shouted, grabbing Sarah's hand and pulling her toward the nearest alleyway. The others followed, their footsteps echoing on the cobblestone streets as they fled deeper into the village. They ran through narrow streets and dark alleyways, the fog thickening around them, disorienting their sense of direction. No matter which way they turned, the village seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of stone and shadow. And all the while, the sound of the villagers' footsteps echoed behind them, growing closer with every passing second. Finally, they stumbled into a small courtyard at the edge of the village, gasping for breath. The villagers were nowhere to be seen, but the sense of danger lingered in the air. What the hell is going on?" Jen panted, her hands on her knees. "I don't know," Sarah replied, looking around in confusion. "But we need to find a way out of here. This place is insane." Rachel pointed toward a narrow path leading into the forest. "Maybe that's the way out. We didn't come through this way, but it could lead back to the main road." With no other options, they set off down the path, hoping against hope that it would lead them to safety. But as they ventured down the narrow path, the oppressive fog thickened, swallowing up the trees around them until it felt as though they were walking through a tunnel made of mist. The village soon disappeared from sight, and they found themselves alone in an eerie, endless forest. After what felt like hours of walking, the trees began to thin, and a familiar sight emerged through the fog. Cobblestone streets, old stone cottages, and the towering figure of the altar in the village square. "No," Mike whispered, stopping in his tracks. "That's not possible. We didn't turn around. How are we back here?" The others were equally stunned. They had walked straight, yet somehow they were back where they had started. The villagers were nowhere to be seen, but the altar remained in the center of the square, and the sight of it filled them with dread. "We must have gotten turned around in the fog," Josh said, though even he didn't sound convinced. Let's try another way. They doubled back, taking a different path that led away from the village. This time, they marked their trail with stones and sticks to ensure they weren't walking in circles. But after another hour of trekking through the dense forest, they once again emerged into the village square, the altar still looming ominously at its center. "This can't be happening," Rachel said, her voice quivering with fear. "How are we trapped like this?" "We're in a time loop," Jen muttered, her eyes wide with terror. "We're stuck here. We can't leave." The idea seemed impossible, but the evidence was undeniable. No matter which path they took, no matter how far they walked, they always ended up back in the village. Part 3. Escape Attempt. The next day began as if nothing had happened. They awoke in the same rooms at the inn, the same meager breakfast waiting for them downstairs. Outside, the fog had cleared, but the village was exactly as they had left it. Silent, oppressive, and utterly wrong. "I don't understand," Sarah said, pacing back and forth. "We tried to leave yesterday, but it's like the village won't let us go." "There's got to be a way out," Josh insisted. "We just haven't found it yet. Maybe we need to talk to the villagers, figure out what's really going on here." Reluctantly, the group made their way back into the village square. The villagers were going about their business as if nothing had happened the previous day. They carried baskets of produce, tended to their livestock, and spoke in low murmurs, paying little attention to the outsiders. But there was something strange about the way they moved, as though they were acting out a familiar routine. "Excuse me," Sarah called out to a middle-aged woman passing by. "Can you help us? We're trying to leave the village, but we can't seem to find the road out." The woman glanced at her, her expression blank. "You should stay," she said in a monotone voice. "It's safer here." Before Sarah could respond, the woman turned and walked away, disappearing into the fog that lingered at the edges of the village. "This place is messed up," Mike muttered. "We need to try again. Maybe if we just keep walking, we'll eventually get out." But as they prepared to make another attempt at escape, something strange happened. The sky above the village began to darken unnaturally fast, the clouds swirling in a way that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. The villagers stopped what they were doing and gathered in the square once more, their faces hidden behind the same animal masks they had worn during the ritual the day before. "What are they doing now?" Jen asked, her voice tight with fear. The chanting began again, low and rhythmic, and the villagers circled the altar, their movements slow and deliberate. This time, however, the air was charged with a new, menacing energy. The fog thickened, and the friends could feel the temperature drop as the villagers' voices rose in an eerie crescendo. "We need to get out of here," Josh said, pulling at Sarah's arm. "Now." But as they turned to flee, the villagers suddenly surrounded them, blocking every exit from the square. Their masks were expressionless, but there was a palpable threat in the way they moved, their hands reaching out to prevent the friends from escaping. "What do you want from us?" Rachel shouted, her voice rising in panic. The villagers said nothing, their chanting growing louder and more intense. One by one, they raised their hands toward the group, their fingers pointing directly at the outsiders. And then, the world went dark. When they awoke, they were back in the inn, their bodies aching and their minds clouded with confusion. It was morning again, and the same routine was playing out. Breakfast waiting on the table, the village eerily calm outside. I don't remember what happened," Rachel said, rubbing her temples. "Do any of you?" "I don't either," Josh replied, his voice filled with unease. "It's like something just reset, like the day started over." They all exchanged glances, the reality of their situation sinking in. Somehow, they were trapped in a cycle, forced to relive the same day over and over again. And with each reset, their memories were wiped, leaving them to piece together the fragments of what they had experienced. "We've got to find a way out of this," Mike said, his frustration evident. We can't keep doing this. There has to be a way to break the cycle. But as they stepped outside once more, they noticed something different. The villagers were no longer going about their daily routines. Instead, they stood in the square, watching the outsiders with an intensity that made the friends' skin crawl. "We're not getting out of here, are we?" Jen whispered, her voice trembling. "They're going to keep us here forever." Sarah shook her head. "No, there's a way out. We just have to figure out what's causing this." Part 4. The Horrifying Truth. As the day wore on, the friends began to notice small details about the village that they hadn't seen before. The way the villagers moved in perfect synchronization, as if rehearsing a scene in a play. The way certain buildings seemed to shift locations, subtly rearranging themselves when no one was looking. And the way time itself seemed to stretch and contract in unnatural ways. It was Josh who first stumbled upon the clue that would lead them to the truth. While searching one of the abandoned buildings at the edge of the village, he found an old, dusty journal hidden beneath the floorboards. The pages were brittle and yellowed with age, but the writing was still legible. The journal belonged to someone named Miriam, and as Josh read through the entries, a chilling story began to emerge. The village had once been a thriving community, but that all changed when a mysterious traveler arrived. He was a man of strange and unsettling power, and he brought with him dark knowledge that fascinated the villagers. He taught them rituals that promised prosperity and eternal life. Desperate to escape the hardships of their rural existence, the villagers embraced the traveler's teachings, performing the rituals with increasing fervor. But something went wrong. In their greed for immortality, the villagers had made a grave mistake. The final ritual, meant to grant them eternal life, instead cursed them to an endless loop of death and rebirth. They were trapped, reliving the same day over and over again, their memories wiped clean at the start of each cycle. And in their desperation to break the curse, they had resorted to sacrificing outsiders, travelers like Josh and his friends, in the hope that one of the sacrifices would finally set them free. As Josh finished reading the journal, a cold dread settled over him. The villagers weren't just strange. They were ghosts, cursed souls trapped in a time loop of their own making. And now, they had set their sights on the newcomers, believing that the sacrifice of the friends would finally break the cycle. "They're going to kill us," Josh whispered, his heart pounding. "They think we're the key to breaking the curse." When he returned to the group and explained what he had found, the others were horrified. "Are you saying they've been doing this for years?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. "Sacrificing people over and over again?" Josh nodded grimly. "It's the only way they think they can escape, but they've been wrong every time. And now we're next." Part 5. Breaking the Cycle. With the truth laid bare, the friends knew they had to act fast. The next reset was coming soon, and when it did, the villagers would be prepared. They wouldn't let the outsiders escape again. The group had to find a way to break the cycle once and for all, or they would be trapped in the village forever. Using the information in Miriam's journal, Josh pieced together a counter-ritual, one that could potentially reverse the curse and free them from the time loop. But it was risky. The ritual required them to confront the spirit of the traveler who had cursed the village, and they would need to perform the ritual in the heart of the village square, right under the villagers' watchful eyes. "We don't have a choice," Josh said, gathering the materials they needed. "If we don't do this, we'll be stuck here forever. Or worse, we'll end up like them." The others agreed, though fear gnawed at them. They had no idea if the ritual would work, but it was their only hope. That night, as the village once again gathered for their nightly ritual, the friends made their way to the square. The villagers were already chanting, their masked faces turned toward the altar, their movements slow and deliberate. "This is it," Josh whispered. his hands trembling as he lit the candles and began drawing the symbols described in the journal. Once we start, we can't stop, no matter what happens. The friends took their places around the altar, their hearts pounding as they recited the words of the counter-ritual. The air around them seemed to thicken, and the villagers chanting faltered, their masked faces turning toward the outsiders in confusion. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and a cold wind whipped through the square, extinguishing the candles. The villagers screamed in rage, their voices rising in a terrible cacophony as they rushed toward the friends, their hands outstretched, their fingers twisted into claws. But the friends held firm, reciting the words louder, faster, even as the villagers closed in on them. The altar began to glow with an otherworldly light, and the air crackled with energy. Suddenly, a figure appeared. A tall, shadowy man with eyes like burning embers. The traveler. His presence was overwhelming, and the friends felt an icy fear grip their hearts as he stepped toward them. "You dare defy me!" the traveler hissed, his voice cold and terrible, but Josh stood his ground. "You trapped them here," he shouted, "and now we're breaking the curse." The traveler's face twisted in fury, but as the final words of the ritual were spoken, the light from the altar flared, engulfing the square in blinding brightness. And then, everything went still. When the light faded, the village was gone. The friends found themselves standing on an empty road, the fog lifting as the first rays of dawn broke through the trees. "We did it," Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible. But as they looked around, they realized something was wrong. Mike was gone. They searched frantically, calling his name, but there was no trace of him. He had disappeared, taken by the village, claimed as one final sacrifice to ensure the others' escape. With heavy hearts, the remaining friends walked down the road, leaving the cursed village behind. They had broken the cycle, but the cost had been higher than they could have imagined. And somewhere, deep in the woods, the forgotten village waited, its curse dormant for now, until new souls wandered too close once again. Story 6: The Dollmaker's Curse. Part 1: The Creepy Doll. The day the doll arrived, it came nestled in an old wooden box lined with velvet, its small painted face peeking out as if it were sleeping. The doll was a gift for Clara's 8th birthday, sent by her aunt from an antique shop in a distant town. Her parents weren't particularly fond of old objects, but Clara loved the look of it. The doll had porcelain skin, big glassy eyes, and dark curls that fell over its shoulders. Its pale pink dress was old-fashioned, with lace around the collar and cuffs, and its black shoes were scuffed, as though it had been played with long ago. "She's beautiful," Clara whispered, running her fingers across the doll's face. "She's interesting," her mother, Helen, said, casting a wary glance at the antique gift. Helen wasn't sure how to feel about it, but seeing the excitement in Clara's eyes softened her reluctance. That night, Clara took the doll to bed, tucking it under the blanket beside her. She named it Isabel. Before she drifted off, she kissed the doll's forehead and whispered goodnight, imagining Isabel as a loyal friend who would guard her through the night. It wasn't long before strange things began happening. At first it was subtle. Clara's parents found the doll in places they didn't remember leaving it. They would put Isabel on a shelf or a chair, only to find her back on Clara's bed or propped up at the dinner table when no one was around. Helen thought maybe Clara was playing tricks, moving the doll herself and pretending not to know. But Clara seemed just as puzzled by the doll's movements. "She must really like being with you," Clara said one morning after they found Isabel sitting at the breakfast table, her painted lips tilted in a faint smile. Clara said it jokingly, but there was something about the doll's wide, unblinking stare that made Helen's skin crawl. That night, Clara woke up suddenly, her heart racing. The room was dark, the only light coming from the moon that filtered through the curtains. But something felt wrong. Slowly, she turned her head to look at Isabel, who sat on the chair beside her bed. The doll was facing her, its eyes catching the moonlight in a way that made them gleam like they were real. Clara's breath caught in her throat. Hadn't she left the doll facing the other way? She closed her eyes, telling herself it was just her imagination, that it was silly to be afraid of a doll. But then she heard it, a soft whispering sound, like someone speaking just under their breath. Her eyes snapped open. She sat up in bed, straining to hear, but the whispering stopped. Isabel remained still, her eyes blank and glassy as always. "Hello?" Clara whispered, her voice trembling. But no one answered. The room was silent. The next morning, Clara told her mother about the whispering. "It was probably just the wind," Helen said, brushing it off. "Old houses make all kinds of strange noises. Don't worry about it, sweetie." But Clara couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with Isabel. And the more she looked at the doll, the more she began to notice things. How its head seemed to turn just slightly when no one was looking. How its eyes followed her across the room. How the whispering seemed to get louder at night. Within a week, the entire family had begun to feel the doll's presence. Helen noticed cold spots in the house, particularly around Clara's room. Her husband, Mark, began having unsettling dreams about the doll standing at the foot of their bed, watching them as they slept. And Clara became more withdrawn, spending hours alone in her room with Isabel, staring at the doll as though in a trance. "Maybe we should put the doll away for a while," Helen suggested one evening. But Clara's reaction was swift and sharp. "No, you can't," she cried, clutching the doll tightly. "She doesn't like being put away. She gets angry." Helen and Mark exchanged worried glances. Something was very wrong. Part 2. The doll comes to life. Things escalated quickly after that. Clara grew more attached to Isabel, refusing to be separated from the doll for even a moment. She took Isabel everywhere, cradling her like a baby and whispering to her in secret. Sometimes, Helen caught snippets of Clara's murmured words, strange, almost foreign phrases that made no sense, as though the doll was teaching her some forgotten language. The doll, too, seemed to change. Its once lifeless eyes began to take on a strange gleam, as though something was waking up inside it. Helen noticed how the doll's head would tilt ever so slightly when she entered the room, and how its expression seemed to shift, becoming more sinister with each passing day. Then the incident started. At night, Helen and Mark heard footsteps in the hallway. Light, shuffling steps that seemed too soft to belong to a person. Doors opened and closed on their own, and objects in the house were mysteriously moved from one room to another. The whispering grew louder, more persistent, filling the house with an eerie, disembodied voice that never seemed to stop. One night, Mark woke with a start. He had been dreaming. No, not dreaming. He had felt something, a presence in the room. He turned over in bed and froze. Isabel was standing at the foot of the bed. His first instinct was to shake Helen awake, but he couldn't move. His body was paralyzed with fear. The doll's eyes glistened in the moonlight, and as he stared at it, he could have sworn it moved. Just the slightest twitch of its head, as though it were acknowledging him. Then came the whisper, clear and cold, drifting from the doll's painted lips. "She's mine now." Mark shot upright, his heart pounding in his chest, but the doll was gone. The room was empty, save for the sound of his ragged breathing. He glanced at the clock on the nightstand. 3 a.m. He turned to Helen, who was still fast asleep, oblivious to the terror that had gripped him. The next morning, Mark told Helen what had happened, but she didn't seem surprised. She had been having her own encounters with Isabel, feeling the doll's eyes on her, hearing the whispers late at night. "She's not just a doll," Helen said, her voice shaking. "There's something inside her, something evil." Clara, however, refused to listen. When her parents tried to take Isabel away, she screamed and sobbed, clutching the doll to her chest with a strength that seemed unnatural for a child her size. "You can't take her!" Clara wailed. "She's my friend. She's protecting me." but Helen and Mark weren't so sure. They began to wonder if the doll was protecting Clara or controlling her. Part 3. The Doll Maker's Story. Desperate for answers, Helen decided to call her sister, the one who had sent the doll in the first place. When she explained everything that had been happening, her sister's voice grew cold. "I had no idea," she said quietly. "I never should have sent that doll to you. I bought it from an old shop, the kind you find in little villages. The owner told me it was special, that it had a long history. I thought Clara would love it, but I didn't know. I didn't know about the curse." "What curse?" Helen asked, her heart pounding. "The doll maker who made it. He was a strange man, reclusive. His name was Alistair Whitlock. He was famous for his dolls. They were beautiful, but there was something unsettling about them. People said his dolls were too lifelike, like they had souls. After his daughter died in a terrible accident, he became obsessed with the idea of bringing her back. He started creating dolls that weren't just toys. They were vessels, meant to hold the spirits of the dead." Helen's blood ran cold. "Whitlock died under mysterious circumstances," her sister continued. "Some say he infused his own soul into the dolls, hoping to live forever through them. But the spirits he trapped weren't at peace. They were angry, and now they haunt anyone who owns his creations." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" Helen asked, her voice shaking. "I didn't believe it," her sister admitted. "It sounded like a legend, a story to scare people. But after everything you've said, I think it's true. You have to get rid of that doll, Helen. Get rid of it before it's too late." But getting rid of Isabel was easier said than done. Part 4. The Fight Against the Curse. That night, Helen and Mark decided to destroy the doll once and for all. While Clara was sleeping, they crept into her room and carefully pried Isabel from her arms. Clara stirred, but didn't wake. They took the doll downstairs to the garage, where Mark grabbed a hammer. "We'll smash it to pieces," he said, his face pale and drawn. "It's just porcelain. It should shatter easily." But as soon as he brought the hammer down, something strange happened. The hammer bounced off the doll's surface as though it had struck metal instead of fragile porcelain. He tried again, harder this time. But Isabel remained unharmed, her blank eyes staring up at them, almost mocking. "How is this possible?" Helen whispered, her heart racing. "It should have broken by now." Frustrated, Mark tried throwing the doll into the fire pit in their backyard. They watched as the flames licked at the doll's dress, but instead of burning, the fabric remained intact, untouched by the fire. The heat from the flames seemed to warp the air around Isabel, but the doll itself remained perfectly pristine. Helen's breath caught in her throat. This was no ordinary doll. The next few days were a nightmare. Every time they tried to destroy Isabel, the doll became more aggressive. The whispers at night grew louder, no longer confined to Clara's room, but filling the entire house with a chilling, ghostly presence. Lights flickered on and off, objects flew from shelves, and strange shadows crept along the walls. The temperature in the house plummeted, and an oppressive sense of dread settled over the family. Clara, too, seemed to change. She grew more distant, her eyes dull and lifeless. She no longer spoke to her parents, only to the doll, her voice soft and low as though she were sharing secrets. "She's going to hurt us," Helen said one night, her voice trembling. "We have to stop her before she does." But how could they stop something that couldn't be destroyed? Desperate, they turned to the legend of the doll maker. They scoured old books, consulted psychics, and researched everything they could about Alistair Whitlock. The answer, it seemed, lay in the place where the doll was made, Whitlock's old workshop, now long abandoned but rumored to be cursed. "We have to take Isabel back to where she was created," Mark said, though the very idea filled him with dread. "Maybe there's something there that can stop her." Helen agreed, though she feared what they might find. The thought of returning the doll to the place of its origin was terrifying, but it was their only hope. Part 5. Final Confrontation. The journey to Whitlock's workshop took them deep into the countryside, to a remote village that seemed forgotten by time. The locals avoided the place, speaking of it in hushed tones and warning travelers not to go near the old doll-maker's home. But Helen and Mark had no choice. They had brought Isabel with them, wrapped in cloth and secured in a box, though even now they could feel the doll's malevolent presence pressing down on them. When they arrived at the workshop, it was exactly as they had imagined, an old crumbling building, half hidden by overgrown trees and vines. The windows were broken, and the air around the place felt heavy with years of neglect and something darker, more sinister. "This is it," Mark said, his voice low. "This is where it all began." They approached the entrance, the door creaking open on its own as if the house had been expecting them. The interior was dark, filled with dust and cobwebs, and the remnants of Whitlock's work lay scattered around. Half-finished dolls, broken tools, and yellowed papers covered in strange symbols. At the center of the room stood an altar, surrounded by more of the eerie dolls that Whitlock had created. Their lifeless eyes seemed to watch as Helen and Mark placed Isabel on the altar, her porcelain face gleaming in the dim light. "What now?" Helen whispered, fear clutching at her heart. Before Mark could answer, the room grew cold. The dolls around them began to stir, their heads turning toward Isabel as though drawn to her. The air grew thick with the sound of whispers, dozens, hundreds of voices, all speaking at once. And then, they saw him. A figure materialized from the shadows, a tall man, his face gaunt and hollow, with eyes that burned with an unnatural light. Alistair Whitlock. "You've brought her back," Whitlock said, his voice echoing through the room. "But you cannot stop what I have begun." Helen's heart raced. "We're not leaving until you end this." Whitlock's smile was cold. "The curse cannot be undone. I created these dolls to live forever, to carry on my legacy, and now you will be part of it." As he spoke, the dolls around them began to move, their tiny hands reaching out, their glassy eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Isabel, still lying on the altar, began to tremble, her body twitching as though something inside her was struggling to break free. Mark grabbed Helen's arm, pulling her back as the dolls closed in. "We have to destroy them!" he shouted. "It's the only way!" But the dolls were indestructible, just like Isabel. No matter how hard they tried, the dolls continued to advance, their cold, lifeless faces twisted in a grotesque parody of life. Just when all hope seemed lost, Helen remembered something from the legends. Whitlock's curse could only be broken by confronting the soul within the doll. If they could reach Isabel's spirit, they might be able to free it. "We need to talk to her," Helen said, her voice shaking. "We need to reach his daughter." Mark hesitated but nodded. Together they approached the altar, ignoring the dolls around them. Helen knelt beside Isabel, her hands trembling as she touched the doll's porcelain face. "Isabel," she whispered, "I know you're in there. I know you've been trapped for so long, but you don't have to stay here. You don't have to do this." The doll's eyes flickered, and for a moment, Helen thought she saw something. Something sad. Something lost. Whitlock's voice filled the room. "She is mine. She will never be free." But Helen didn't stop. "You can break free, Isabel. You don't have to listen to him. You can be at peace." For a long moment, the room was silent. Then slowly, the doll's glassy eyes began to close, and the trembling stopped. Whitlock screamed, a terrible sound that shook the very walls of the workshop. The dolls around them collapsed, their porcelain bodies shattering as the curse was broken. When the silence returned, Isabel was gone, her body limp and lifeless, the spirit within her finally at rest. Helen and Mark stood together in the quiet, the weight of the curse lifted. They had broken the doll-maker's curse, but it had cost them more than they could ever have imagined. They left the workshop, knowing they would never speak of what had happened again. The dolls were destroyed, the curse broken, But in the shadows of the old house, the memory of Whitlock lingered, a reminder of the darkness that had once consumed them. And though they had escaped, they would never forget the terror of the dollmaker's curse. The Shadow Man. Part 1. The First Sightings. Elliot Granger had always considered himself a practical man, grounded in reality. He was the kind of person who believed in facts, not superstition, and his life reflected that. He had a steady job as an accountant, lived in a modest apartment in a quiet neighborhood, and followed a routine that was as reliable as clockwork. Nothing strange or unexplainable had ever disturbed the smooth rhythm of his life. Until the night he saw the Shadow Man. It started on a Thursday just after sunset. Elliot had been working late, his eyes tired from staring at numbers all day, and by the time he left the office, the streets were nearly empty. The walk to his apartment was short, just a few blocks, but that night, something felt off. There was an unusual stillness in the air, a silence that made his skin prickle. As he walked past the darkened windows of the shops that lined the street, he had the odd feeling of being watched. He shrugged it off, but then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something. A shadow. It was tall and unnaturally thin, a dark shape that seemed to flicker at the edge of his vision. Elliot stopped and turned, expecting to see someone standing there, but the street was empty. "Must be tired," he muttered to himself, shaking his head and quickening his pace. But the feeling of unease lingered, gnawing at the back of his mind. That night, as he lay in bed, his thoughts kept drifting back to the shadow. He told himself it was nothing, just a trick of the light or a product of his exhaustion. But as he drifted off to sleep, he couldn't shake the sense that something was watching him from the darkness. The next few days passed without incident, and Elliot had almost forgotten about the strange shadow. But then it happened again. This time, he was in the grocery store, picking up a few things for dinner. As he pushed his cart down the aisle, he saw it again. Just at the edge of his vision, a dark, tall figure standing at the far end of the aisle, motionless. Elliot's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned his head. There was no one there. The aisle was empty, except for a few shelves of canned goods and cereal boxes. He stood there for a moment, staring at the spot where the shadow had been. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He left the store without buying anything. Over the next week, the sightings became more frequent. The shadow appeared at random moments, when he was waiting for the bus, when he was brushing his teeth, even when he was watching television in his living room. It was always the same, a dark, indistinct figure lurking just beyond his direct line of sight. And every time he turned to look, it was gone. Elliot began to feel as if he were losing his mind. He couldn't explain what he was seeing, and the constant presence of the shadow left him on edge, his nerves frayed. He started sleeping with the lights on, and his once peaceful apartment became a place of dread, the darkness no longer a comforting blanket, but a place where something unknown waited. The worst part was that he couldn't shake the feeling that the shadow was getting closer. At first, it had been distant, a flicker at the edge of his vision. But now, it seemed to be moving nearer, as though it was slowly closing in on him. Part 2. Haunted by the Shadow. The nightmares began a few weeks after the first sighting. At first, they were vague and unsettling. Dreams where Elliot wandered through dark, empty streets, always searching for something but never finding it. But as the days passed, the dreams became more vivid, more terrifying. In every nightmare, the shadow was there. It lurked in the corners of his dreams, a towering figure with long, jagged limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Its face was always obscured by darkness, but Elliot could feel its eyes on him, watching him with a cold, predatory gaze. One night, he dreamt that he was trapped in his apartment, the walls closing in around him. The lights flickered, and in the shadows, he saw the figure, standing just a few feet away. Its hand, a long, skeletal thing, reached out toward him, its fingers curling like claws. Elliot woke up in a cold sweat, his heart racing. He looked around his bedroom, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The room was dark, but the lights from the street outside cast long, faint shadows across the walls. And there, at the far corner of the room, just outside the reach of the light, was the shadow. It was standing there, watching him. Elliot froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He blinked, hoping it was a trick of his sleep-deprived mind, but the shadow remained, looming at the edge of the room. He fumbled for the bedside lamp, his hands shaking, and when the light finally came on, the shadow was gone. The nightmares continued, each one more horrifying than the last. In his dreams, the shadow became bolder, moving closer and closer, its presence suffocating. It no longer waited in the corners of his vision. It was right there, standing over him, reaching for him. Elliot began to dread going to sleep. Every night he fought to stay awake, afraid of what would happen if he closed his eyes. But exhaustion eventually overtook him, and the shadow was always waiting. During the day, the sightings became more intense. The figure no longer stayed at the edge of his vision. It appeared in mirrors, in windows, in the reflection of puddles on the street. Once, while washing his hands in the bathroom, he looked up and saw the shadow standing behind him in the mirror, its head tilted as though studying him. When he spun around, there was nothing there. He tried to tell himself it wasn't real, that it was just his imagination playing tricks on him. But deep down, he knew that wasn't true. The shadow was real, and it was getting closer every day. Elliot stopped leaving his apartment. He took sick leave from work, unable to focus on anything but the terror that followed him everywhere. The once comfortable routine of his life had been shattered, replaced by fear and paranoia. He kept all the lights on, even during the day, but no matter how bright the room was, the shadow always found a way in. One night, as he lay in bed, too afraid to sleep, he heard it. A whisper. It was faint, barely audible over the hum of the air conditioner, but it was there. A low, hissing voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Elliot!" He shot up in bed, his heart pounding in his ears. The room was empty, but the whisper came again, louder this time. "Elliot!" He covered his ears, trying to block it out, but the voice only grew louder, more insistent. "I'm coming!" Elliot leapt out of bed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He rushed to the door, throwing it open, but as he stepped into the hallway, he froze. The shadow was standing there, blocking his path. For the first time, it was fully visible, no longer just a fleeting figure at the edge of his vision. It towered over him, its form twisted and unnatural. Its eyes, dark, empty voids, bored into him, and in that moment, Elliot felt a terror unlike anything he had ever known. He slammed the door and locked it, backing away until he hit the wall. The whispering continued, filling the room, suffocating him with its presence. "I'm coming for you, Elliot." Part 3. The Shadow's Origin. The next morning, Elliot knew he had to find answers. He couldn't keep living like this. Haunted by something he couldn't explain. The shadow was real, and it was getting stronger. If he didn't do something soon, he knew it would claim him. Desperate, he turned to the internet, searching for anything that could explain what he was experiencing. He spent hours combing through forums, websites, and articles about paranormal encounters, shadowy figures, and hauntings. But most of what he found seemed like nonsense. Tales of ghosts and demons, filled with superstition and folklore. It was difficult to separate fact from fiction. But then, he stumbled upon something that caught his attention. An old blog filled with accounts of people who had encountered what they called shadow entities. The descriptions matched his experiences exactly. Figures seen out of the corner of the eye. Dark, looming shapes that seemed to grow stronger the more they were noticed. Some of the stories were eerily similar to his own. detailing how these entities had attached themselves to people, slowly driving them to madness or worse. And then, one entry stood out. It wasn't just about seeing shadow figures. It was about a particular entity, a name that sent a chill down his spine. Asterisk asterisk, the Shadow Man. According to the blog, the Shadow Man was a malevolent entity, drawn to individuals who had unknowingly invited it into their lives. The entry explained that the Shadow Man wasn't a ghost or a simple spirit. It was something far darker, something ancient. It attached itself to people through cursed objects, slowly feeding off their fear and despair, growing stronger with each passing day. Elliot's mind raced. Cursed object? He couldn't think of anything in his apartment that could be cursed. But then, as he sifted through his recent memories, something clicked. A few weeks ago, before all of this started, he had bought an old painting from a flea market. It had caught his eye, an abstract piece, dark and moody, with swirling shadows that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, the painting. Elliot rushed to the living room, his heart pounding in his chest. The painting was hanging on the wall, just as it had been since the day he brought it home. He stared at it, and for the first time, he saw something he hadn't noticed before. In the center of the swirling shadows, there was a figure, a dark, indistinct shape, barely visible but unmistakably there. The Shadow Man. Elliot felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He had invited it into his home without even realizing it. The painting had been the gateway, the object through which the Shadow Man had entered his life, and now it was too late to get rid of it. He ripped the painting off the wall, throwing it to the floor. But as it hit the ground, the room seemed to darken. The shadow was back, standing in the corner, watching him. "You can't run!" The whisper came again, a low, mocking hiss. "You're mine now." Part 4. Attempts to banish it. Elliot's panic grew. He knew he had to get rid of the shadow, but how? Every attempt to destroy the painting failed. He tried burning it, but the flames refused to catch. He tried tearing it apart, but the canvas wouldn't rip, as if it were made of something stronger than cloth. No matter what he did, the painting remained intact, and the shadow continued to grow stronger. Desperate for help, Elliot turned to occult experts. He contacted paranormal investigators, psychics, anyone who claimed to have experience with malevolent entities. But with each new attempt to banish the shadow, the entity seemed to grow more aggressive. One psychic, a woman with dark eyes and a somber expression, came to his apartment, claiming she could sense the presence of the Shadow Man. She performed a cleansing ritual, burning sage and reciting chants in a language Elliot didn't understand. For a moment, the air in the apartment seemed to clear, the oppressive weight of the shadow lifting. But as soon as the ritual ended, the shadow returned with a vengeance. That night, the whispering was louder than ever, filling every corner of the apartment, suffocating Elliot with its presence. The shadow appeared more frequently, closer each time, until it stood at the foot of his bed, its empty eyes staring into his soul. The psychic never returned his calls. Elliot's next attempt was with an old friend from college who had dabbled in the occult. They met at a cafe where Elliot explained everything: the sightings, the nightmares, the cursed painting. His friend listened carefully, nodding with a grim expression. "I've heard of entities like this," his friend said, "but they're rare. The Shadow Man isn't something you can just get rid of with a spell. It's drawn to fear, and the more afraid you are, the stronger it becomes. You need to confront it, face it head on, or it'll consume you." Elliot felt a knot of fear tighten in his stomach. "Confront it? How?" "I don't know," his friend admitted. "But running from it, trying to banish it, that won't work. You have to find a way to break its hold on you. Otherwise, it'll keep coming for you." Elliot left the cafe feeling more hopeless than ever. He had tried everything: rituals, spells, even professional help, and nothing had worked. The shadow was stronger than ever, and it was only a matter of time before it consumed him completely. Part 5. The Final Stand. That night, the air in Elliot's apartment was heavy with a palpable sense of dread. He knew the shadow was coming. He could feel it. The lights flickered, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls, and the whispering had begun again, louder this time, more insistent. "I'm here." Elliot sat in the center of the living room, his heart racing, his breath shallow. The cursed painting lay on the floor in front of him, its dark figure barely visible in the dim light. He knew this was it, his final chance to end this nightmare, to confront the Shadow Man once and for all. "I'm coming for you." The shadow appeared in the corner of the room, just as it always did. But this time, it didn't stay at the edge of his vision. It moved forward, its long skeletal limbs stretching out toward him, its face still obscured by darkness. Elliot's chest tightened with fear, but he forced himself to stand his ground. He wouldn't run. Not this time. "I know what you are," Elliot said, his voice trembling but determined. "I know you fed on my fear, but I'm not afraid of you anymore." The shadow paused, as though considering his words. For a moment, the whispering stopped, and the room was silent. Then the figure stepped closer, towering over him, its dark presence suffocating. Elliot could feel the coldness radiating from it, a chill that cut through him like ice. "You can't escape," the shadow hissed. "You belong to me." Elliot clenched his fists, summoning every ounce of courage he had left. "No, I won't let you take me." The shadow's eyes, dark, empty voids, locked onto his. For a moment, Elliot felt as though he were being pulled into the darkness, as if the very essence of the Shadow Man was reaching inside him, trying to claim his soul. But then, something changed. Elliot focused on the fear that had gripped him for weeks, that had controlled his every action. And he let it go. He took a deep breath, and in that moment, the fear dissolved. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering as though weakened. It hissed in frustration, its limbs twitching, but Elliot didn't flinch. He stood tall, staring into the empty eyes of the Shadow Man, refusing to give in. "You have no power over me," Elliot said, his voice steady. The shadow let out a terrible, ear-piercing screech, its form contorting as though it were being torn apart. The lights in the apartment flickered wildly, and the room filled with a deafening roar. And then, with a final agonized wail, the shadow vanished. The apartment fell silent. The lights steadied, and the oppressive weight that had filled the room lifted. Elliot stood there for a long moment, his body trembling from the adrenaline, his heart pounding in his chest. He looked around, half expecting the shadow to return, but the room remained empty. It was over. In the days that followed, Elliot cautiously returned to his routine. The nightmares stopped, and the shadow never appeared again. He threw the cursed painting away, burying it deep in a landfill, never to be seen again. But the memory of the Shadow Man lingered in the back of his mind. He knew he had faced something far beyond his understanding, something ancient and malevolent, and though he had survived, he would never forget the terror of being hunted by the darkness. He had faced the Shadow Man, and won. But deep down, Elliot couldn't shake the feeling that the shadow was still out there, waiting for the next unwitting soul to invite it in, waiting for the next flicker of fear. Story 8, The Grinning Man. Part 1, The Encounter. The moon hung low in the sky as Emily walked briskly down the empty streets, her breath fogging up in the cool night air. The day had been long and exhausting, and all she wanted was to get home, take a hot shower, and bury herself under her blankets. The city was eerily quiet tonight. Too quiet. Streetlights flickered as if struggling to stay awake. casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnervingly along the deserted pavement. Emily wasn't the kind of woman to scare easily, but tonight, something felt off. There was a weight in the air, a tension that made her skin prickle. She sped up her pace, the sound of her footsteps echoing around her, amplified in the stillness. The streets were usually filled with the bustle of late-night city life. Honking cars, chattering pedestrians, the hum of distant music. But tonight, there was nothing. Just the sound of her own footsteps, too loud in the oppressive silence. She turned the corner, entering the narrow alley that served as a shortcut to her apartment. It was a familiar route, one she'd taken countless times, but tonight, as she stepped into the shadows, a chill ran down her spine. That was when she saw him. A man stood at the far end of the alley, partially obscured by the flickering light of a street lamp. His back was turned to her, his figure unnaturally still, like a statue frozen in place. Emily stopped in her tracks, her heart rate spiking as her gaze locked onto the man's figure. There was something unsettling about him, though she couldn't quite place why. Maybe it was the unnatural way he held himself, too rigid, too still, like he didn't belong in this world. She hesitated for a moment, her instincts screaming at her to turn back. But the thought of doubling back and taking the longer route home felt almost foolish. After all, it was just a man. He wasn't doing anything. He wasn't looking at her, wasn't even aware of her presence. At least, not yet. It was fine. She'd just walk past him quickly and be on her way. Steeling herself, Emily continued forward, her footsteps softer now, almost hesitant. As she approached, she noticed the man's clothing. It was old-fashioned, something out of a different era, worn, outdated, like he'd stepped out of a time capsule from decades past. His suit was dark, neatly pressed, but looked odd under the dim, flickering light. A fedora sat atop his head, its brim low, casting a deep shadow over his face. She was only a few feet away when the man moved. Slowly, with an eerie, deliberate motion, he turned to face her. Emily's breath caught in her throat. The man's face was twisted into a grotesque, permanent grin. His lips were stretched impossibly wide, revealing yellowed, crooked teeth. And his eyes, oh, his eyes, were wide and vacant like empty black pits. That smile, it was wrong. It wasn't a smile of joy or amusement, but something far more sinister. Something that sent a cold wave of terror crashing over her. She froze, paralyzed by the sight of him. The man didn't move. He just stood there, grinning that awful grin, his eyes locked onto hers. For what felt like an eternity, they stood in silence, his smile never wavering, his gaze never breaking. Then, as if breaking free from some invisible grip, Emily snapped out of her trance. Her legs, now trembling, finally obeyed her, and she bolted forward, brushing past the man without looking back. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she raced down the alley, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel his eyes on her. That horrible grin burned into her mind like a brand. By the time she reached her apartment, she was shaking uncontrollably. She fumbled with her keys, nearly dropping them before finally managing to unlock the door and slam it shut behind her. The safety of her home did little to calm her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the man was still out there, watching, waiting. That night, sleep didn't come easily. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw his face. His twisted, grotesque grin, his empty, haunting eyes. Part 2. The Stalking. Emily's life began to unravel slowly in the days that followed. She tried to convince herself that the encounter in the alley had been nothing more than a strange coincidence, that the man was just some oddball roaming the streets at night, harmless despite his terrifying appearance. But deep down, she knew better. There was something wrong about him, something not quite human. At first, it was subtle. She would catch glimpses of him out of the corner of her eye while walking to work. A tall, dark figure standing across the street, too far away to make out clearly, but unmistakable in his strange, outdated clothing and wide-brimmed hat. Every time she looked directly at him, he would be gone, as if he'd never been there at all. It didn't stop there. As the days passed, his presence grew more pronounced. She began seeing him everywhere, outside her office building, standing on the corner of her street, lingering in the shadows of cafes and parks she frequented. He never approached her, never said a word. He just stood there, grinning, watching. Emily started changing her routines, taking different routes home, avoiding places where she thought he might be. But no matter where she went, he was there, always watching, always smiling. His grin became a constant presence in her life, a silent reminder that he was never far away. The feeling of being watched gnawed at her relentlessly. Her nerves were fraying and her sleep became increasingly restless. Every creak, every shadow in her apartment seemed to hold his presence. The worst part was that no one else ever saw him. When she tried to tell her friends or coworkers, they dismissed it as paranoia or stress. "You're just overworked," they'd say. "Take a break, relax. You're imagining things." But Emily knew she wasn't imagining it. He was real, and he was following her, stalking her. His twisted grin was becoming an obsession, something she couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, Emily decided to walk home through a busy shopping district, hoping the crowds would offer some comfort, some protection from the grinning man's relentless gaze. She told herself that if she stayed among people, he wouldn't follow. But as she strolled past shop windows and bustling pedestrians, she saw him, standing across the street, just beyond the flow of people, his grin shining like a beacon in the crowd. No one else seemed to notice him. No one else seemed to care. She turned her back to him, her pulse racing, and ducked into a nearby store. She didn't know what to do. The walls seemed to close in around her, and the fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with a maddening hum. Her mind raced through possible solutions. Call the police? Tell them she was being followed? But what would she say? A man with a permanent grin was stalking her? They'd laugh her out of the station. After lingering in the store for what felt like an eternity, she finally summoned the courage to step outside. The street was just as busy as before, people moving along without a care in the world. She cautiously glanced across the street. The grinning man was gone. A brief wave of relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. As she made her way home, the familiar sense of being watched returned, creeping over her like a shadow. She quickened her pace, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't look back. She couldn't. She knew he was there, somewhere behind her, smiling that awful, twisted smile. When she finally reached her apartment, she rushed inside, locking the door behind her. The sound of the deadbolt sliding into place brought her little comfort. He was always out there, lurking just beyond her reach, watching. That night, as she lay in bed, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was closer than ever. Part 3. The investigation weeks passed, and Emily's torment showed no signs of relenting. The grinning man's presence was inescapable, and she knew that if she didn't do something soon, she would lose her mind. She needed answers. She needed to understand who or what this man was, and why he was haunting her. Her first stop was the library. It felt like a strange, almost old-fashioned choice in the age of the internet. But something about the grinning man's eerie, outdated appearance made her believe that the answer might lie in the past. She spent hours poring over old newspaper clippings, archived articles, and dusty records, hoping to find some clue, some mention of a man who fit his description. After days of fruitless searching, she finally stumbled across something that made her blood run cold. It was an article from the 1950s, detailing the capture and execution of a notorious serial killer named John Darrow. Darrow had been a charismatic, charming figure who lured his victims with a friendly smile before brutally murdering them. His crimes had shocked the city, and his execution had been swift and brutal. But there was something peculiar about Darrow's execution. According to the article, something had gone horribly wrong during his final moments in the electric chair. The electricity had surged unevenly, contorting his body in a grotesque fashion. His face, in particular, had twisted into a horrifying, unnatural grin, an expression that had remained frozen on his face, even in death. Emily's heart pounded in her chest as she read the final lines of the article. Darrow's body was buried in an unmarked grave, but rumors persist that his spirit never truly left. Some say that his twisted grin still haunts the city, a curse upon those who cross his path. Asterisk, asterisk. It couldn't be a coincidence. The man she had seen, the grinning man, fit the description of John Darrow perfectly. His old-fashioned clothing, his eerie smile, his relentless stalking. It all pointed back to Darrow, a man whose evil had transcended death itself. But how could this be possible? How could the ghost of a long-dead serial killer be haunting her, following her every move? The rational part of her mind screamed that it was impossible, that ghosts weren't real, that there had to be some other explanation. But the fear that had been gnawing at her for weeks told a different story. The grinning man was real. He was John Darrow, and he wasn't going to stop until he had her. Desperation took hold. She spent days researching every possible lead on Darrow's ghost, poring over obscure folklore and urban legends in a desperate attempt to find a way to stop him. Some stories claimed that he could be banished through ritual. Others suggested that confronting him head-on would break his curse. But none of the sources were clear. None of them offered a definitive solution. Emily knew one thing for certain: she couldn't keep running. The grinning man was getting closer, his presence more oppressive with each passing day. She could feel it in her bones. If she didn't act soon, he would take her, just as he had taken so many others before her. Part 4. The Grinning Man's Game. The grinning man had grown bolder in his haunting, no longer content to simply lurk in the shadows. He began to play twisted games with Emily, toying with her sanity, pushing her to the brink of madness. One night, as she lay in bed, she awoke to the sound of soft, eerie laughter echoing through her apartment. Her heart raced, and she sat up, her eyes scanning the room. There, standing in the corner, was the grinning man. His eyes gleamed in the darkness, and his grin seemed wider, more grotesque than ever. Emily's throat tightened, fear paralyzing her as she stared at him. He didn't move. He just stood there, watching her with that horrible, twisted smile. And then, without warning, he vanished. Emily was left trembling in the darkness, the laughter still ringing in her ears. She couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she expected to see him standing over her, grinning down at her with those cold, empty eyes. But it wasn't just at night. During the day, he began to invade her life in new, terrifying ways. He left cryptic messages for her, scrawled in her own handwriting on scraps of paper. "I'm watching you. Asterisk, asterisk. You can't escape. Asterisk, asterisk." The words sent shivers down her spine, their meaning clear. One evening, as she prepared dinner, she heard a soft knock on her apartment door. Her heart leapt into her throat, and she cautiously approached, peering through the peephole. There was no one there. But when she opened the door, she found something that made her blood run cold. A single yellowed tooth, placed neatly on the doormat. It was old and cracked, but unmistakably human. Emily slammed the door shut, her hands trembling as she bolted it. The grinning man was playing with her, tormenting her, driving her to the edge of insanity. She couldn't take it anymore. Part 5. The Final Showdown. Emily knew that she had to confront the grinning man directly if she ever wanted to be free. There was no running from him, no hiding. He would follow her wherever she went, grinning that horrible grin, watching her with those empty eyes until he finally broke her. But she wouldn't let him win. She couldn't. With trembling hands, she gathered what little knowledge she had. The legends, the stories, the articles. They all pointed to one thing. John Darrow was trapped in this world because of the evil he had committed in life. His spirit had been twisted by his own crimes, and now, in death, he was cursed to haunt the living with that grotesque smile. There was only one way to stop him. Emily had to confront him, to face the truth of who he was, and force him to acknowledge it. It was a long shot, but it was the only chance she had. That night, she waited in her apartment, knowing that the grinning man would come for her. She didn't have to wait long. As the clock struck midnight, she heard it, the soft, eerie laughter that signaled his arrival. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she stood her ground, determined not to let fear control her. The room grew colder, and then, from the shadows, the grinning man emerged. His grin was wider than ever, his eyes gleaming with malice as he stepped closer to her. But this time, Emily didn't run. "John Darrow," she said, her voice trembling but firm. "I know who you are." The grinning man's smile faltered. "You were a killer," Emily continued. "You took the lives of innocent people, and now you're cursed to walk this earth, haunted by your own evil." For a moment, the grinning man's eyes flickered with something. Recognition, perhaps, or fear. His grin wavered, and the air around them seemed to shift. "You can't hurt me anymore," Emily said, her voice growing stronger. "You're already dead. You're nothing but a ghost." The grinning man's smile twisted into a grimace, and he took a step back, and then, with a final, terrible laugh, he vanished. Emily collapsed to the floor, her body shaking with relief. It was over. The grinning man was gone, but deep down, she knew the truth. He was never really gone. He was always watching. Story 10. The Phantom Passenger. Part 1. The Ride Begins. It was a dreary night, the kind where the moon hung low and clouds swirled like restless phantoms in the sky. Jake, a taxi driver with years of experience, sat behind the wheel of his worn-down cab, waiting for his next fare. Business had been slow, and the city streets were nearly deserted at this hour. The dim glow of streetlights barely pierced through the thick fog that had rolled in, turning the world outside into a hazy blur. Jake sighed and checked the clock on the dashboard. It was well past midnight. Suddenly, the taxi's dispatch radio crackled to life, snapping Jake from his daze. "Pick up at 5th and Elm," a voice announced. 5th and Elm. That was a quiet intersection, especially this late. Jake hesitated for a moment, a strange feeling creeping over him, but he brushed it aside. Work was work, and he couldn't afford to turn down a fare. He shifted the car into gear and drove toward the location, the taxi's tires making a soft sloshing sound as they glided over the wet pavement. When he arrived, the intersection was empty, save for a solitary figure standing at the corner, shrouded in shadow. Jake squinted, trying to make out the passenger, but the streetlight overhead was flickering, casting erratic beams of light that made it impossible to see the person's face clearly. Jake rolled down the window. "You call for a cab?" The figure nodded and, without a word, opened the back door and slid into the seat. As they settled in, Jake couldn't shake the odd sensation that the temperature in the car had suddenly dropped. He glanced in the rearview mirror, but the reflection was distorted, the passenger's face blurred as if obscured by a veil of smoke. A chill ran down his spine. "Where to?" Jake asked, his voice sounding more nervous than he intended. The passenger leaned forward slightly, their voice low and raspy. "Drive north. I'll tell you where to turn." Jake raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue. He'd had his share of odd passengers over the years, and this one didn't seem any different. But as he pulled away from the curb and began heading north, something about this fare felt wrong. The city began to fade behind them as they drove, the buildings giving way to sparse, wooded areas. The streets grew darker and the fog thickened. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the soft thud of the tires on the road. The passenger remained silent, except for the occasional direction. "Turn here," they would whisper, pointing a pale hand toward an unmarked road or a narrow lane. Jake followed the directions, growing more uneasy with each turn. The roads were unfamiliar, winding deeper into a part of town he had never ventured into before. He glanced again into the rearview mirror, but the passenger's face remained hidden, lost in shadow. No matter how hard he tried to focus, it was as if a force prevented him from seeing them clearly. "Is this where you live?" Jake asked, attempting to break the silence, but his voice came out shaky. The passenger didn't respond immediately. Instead, they let out a soft, almost amused chuckle. "Not quite." The words sent a shiver down Jake's spine, but he kept driving. He didn't know why, but something compelled him to keep going, even though every instinct screamed at him to turn around and head back to the safety of the city lights. Part 2. The Unsettling Conversation. As the car journeyed further into the remote area, the passenger finally spoke again, this time breaking the oppressive silence with a conversation Jake wished had never started. "Do you believe in ghosts?" the passenger asked, their voice barely above a whisper, but heavy with something dark, something unsettling. Jake tensed at the question, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. "Can't say I've given it much thought," he replied, trying to sound indifferent, though his pulse quickened. He didn't like where this was heading. The passenger shifted in the back seat, and though Jake couldn't see their face, he could feel their eyes on him, watching his every move. "You should. There are more ghosts around than you'd think. Some are wandering, lost souls, trapped between this world and the next. Some are searching for something, or someone." Jake swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry. He didn't want to engage, didn't want to ask the obvious question, but the words tumbled out before he could stop them. What are they searching for? Closure, revenge, justice, the passenger said in a tone that was chillingly calm. Sometimes, they just want to be remembered. The conversation took a darker turn. "You ever think about death, Jake?" Jake's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. "How do you know my name?" he asked, his voice sharp, cutting through the thick tension in the car. The passenger ignored the question, continuing as if they hadn't heard him. "Everyone dies eventually, but not everyone is ready when it happens. Some deaths are sudden, violent, tragic. Those are the ones that leave behind unfinished business." Jake's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the sweat forming on his brow, the atmosphere in the car growing heavier, more oppressive with each passing second. He didn't respond this time, hoping the passenger would fall silent again, but they didn't. "There was a boy once, young, full of life. He had his whole future ahead of him," the passenger continued, their voice dripping with an eerie calmness. "But one night, he crossed paths with someone careless, someone who didn't care enough to stop." Jake's stomach twisted. He knew where this was going, and he didn't like it. He wanted to pull over, to tell the passenger to get out, but something kept him driving, as if an invisible hand was guiding the wheel. He was left there, alone, in the dark. His life snuffed out in an instant, while the person responsible drove away, as if nothing had happened. Jake's breath caught in his throat. His thoughts raced, memories flashing through his mind, memories he had tried to bury deep down. He hadn't thought about that night in years, hadn't allowed himself to. "You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Jake?" the passenger asked, their voice now laced with a hint of menace. Jake's blood ran cold. "I don't know what you're talking about," he stammered, though the words sounded hollow even to him. The passenger chuckled softly, a sound that sent chills racing down Jake's spine. "Oh, I think you do." Part 3. The Truth Revealed. Jake's hands trembled on the steering wheel. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of the situation, but every part of him screamed that something was terribly wrong. The passenger knew too much, knew things that no one should know. The car continued its journey through the desolate, winding roads, the fog outside thickening into a wall of white mist. The world seemed to disappear around them, swallowed by the night. How do you know my name?" Jake finally asked, his voice shaky. The passenger leaned forward slightly, their face still obscured in shadow. "I know a lot about you, Jake. I know about your past. I know about the things you've tried to forget, the things you've tried to hide." Jake's stomach churned. He felt trapped, as if the walls of the taxi were closing in on him. His mind raced back to that night, the night he had tried so hard to erase from his memory. The night that had haunted him in his dreams, though he had never spoken about it to anyone. It had been years ago, a late night much like this one. Jake had been driving, tired and distracted. He had turned onto a quiet street, barely paying attention, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a figure had appeared in the middle of the road. There hadn't been time to react. The impact had been sudden, brutal. Jake had slammed on the brakes, heart pounding, adrenaline surging through his veins. But when he had stepped out of the car and seen the lifeless body on the ground, panic had overtaken him. He had looked around, seen no one else on the street, and in a moment of pure terror, he had fled. He had gotten back into the car and driven away, leaving the boy behind, his body broken and still. Jake had tried to convince himself that it wasn't his fault, that it had been an accident, that there was nothing he could have done. But deep down, the guilt had gnawed at him, slowly eating away at his conscience. Now, as the passenger's words echoed in the small confines of the taxi, Jake's worst fears were realized. You know about that night?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The passenger leaned back, their presence looming large in the back seat. "I do," they said softly. "I know everything, Jake. I know what you did. I know how you ran, how you left him there to die." Jake's heart pounded in his chest. "I didn't mean to. It was an accident," he said, desperation creeping into his voice. "But you didn't stop," the passenger said, their voice cold and accusing. "You left him there. You never went back." Jake's vision blurred with tears. "I was scared. I didn't know what to do." The passenger's voice was filled with a strange, eerie calm. "Fear doesn't absolve you of guilt, Jake. It only makes you a coward." Jake's grip on the steering wheel tightened. His mind raced for an explanation, a way out, but there was none. The passenger knew the truth, and there was no denying it anymore. "Who are you?" Jake asked, his voice trembling. The passenger was silent for a moment, and then, in a voice that seemed to reverberate through the car, they said, "I am the one you left behind." Part 4. The haunting reveal. Jake's heart skipped a beat. The air in the car felt heavier, oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was closing in around him. His throat tightened, and he found it difficult to breathe. His worst nightmare had come to life. The passenger was not just a passenger. They were something else, something not of this world. "You're him?" Jake whispered, barely able to force the words out. "Yes," the passenger replied, their voice soft but dripping with menace. "I was the boy you left to die that night." Jake's mind reeled. His thoughts were a chaotic whirl of fear, guilt, and disbelief. How could this be possible? How could the boy, the one he had hit all those years ago, be sitting in his taxi now, speaking to him as if the grave itself had opened to allow this conversation? I didn't mean to," Jake stammered, tears now flowing freely down his face. "It was an accident. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do." The passenger leaned forward, their face still obscured in the shadows, but Jake could feel the weight of their gaze. And so you ran. You left me there, broken and dying, in the cold and the dark. You didn't even stop to see if I was alive. You just drove away like a coward." Jake's hands trembled violently as he gripped the wheel, his knuckles white. "I was young. I was stupid. I didn't know how to handle it." The passenger's voice grew colder. "Excuses, Jake. They don't change what happened. They don't change the fact that you let me die." Jake couldn't bear it anymore. The guilt, the shame, the overwhelming terror of facing the consequences of his actions. "Please," he begged, his voice breaking. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The passenger was silent for a long moment, and then they spoke again, their voice filled with a deep, chilling calm. "Sorry doesn't bring the dead back. Sorry doesn't erase the years of pain and suffering, the years I've spent wandering, searching for peace that I can never find." Jake sobbed openly now, his body racked with guilt and fear. He had lived with the weight of that night for so long, had tried to bury it deep, but it had always been there, festering like a wound that would never heal. And now, it had come back to claim him. What do you want from me?" Jake asked, his voice barely a whisper. The passenger leaned forward even further, their face finally emerging from the shadows. Jake gasped in horror as he saw the pale, twisted visage of the boy he had hit all those years ago. His skin was ashen, his eyes dark and hollow, and his body bore the unmistakable marks of the accident: broken bones, torn flesh, and blood-stained clothing. "I want you to feel what I felt," the ghost said, their voice a low, menacing growl. "I want you to experience the terror, the pain, the hopelessness of dying alone." Jake recoiled in terror, his heart pounding in his chest. "No, please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he pleaded, his voice shaking with fear. But the ghost's face twisted into a cruel smile. "It's too late for apologies, Jake. It's time for you to pay for what you did." Part 5. A chilling end. The car shuddered, the fog outside thickening until it seemed as though the taxi was floating in an endless sea of white mist. The world beyond the windows vanished entirely, and the interior of the cab grew unnaturally cold. Jake could feel the cold seeping into his bones, an icy chill that seemed to freeze his very soul. The ghost's eyes bore into Jake's, dark and unforgiving. "You'll never escape what you did, Jake. You'll never outrun the past." The taxi slowed, seemingly of its own accord, and came to a stop on a desolate, unmarked road. The engine fell silent, and for a moment, there was nothing but the sound of Jake's ragged breathing and the oppressive stillness of the night. Jake tried to move, to open the door, to run, but his body felt frozen, paralyzed by fear. The ghost's gaze held him in place, a force more powerful than anything he had ever experienced. His heart pounded in his chest, but there was no escape, no way out. "You will relive this night," the ghost said, their voice low and terrible. "Over and over again. Every time you drive these roads, every time you think you've escaped, I'll be here, waiting for you, haunting you. You will never be free." Jake screamed, a sound filled with terror and regret, but there was no one to hear him. The fog swallowed the sound, just as it had swallowed the world around him. And then, just as suddenly as it had all begun, the ghost vanished. The oppressive presence lifted, but the cold remained. Jake was alone again, sitting in the driver's seat of his taxi, the desolate road stretching out before him. But something was different. The road seemed unfamiliar, the landscape twisted and strange. He looked in the rearview mirror, and his blood ran cold. The passenger seat was empty, but there, reflected in the glass, was the face of the ghost, the boy he had killed, smiling back at him with cruel, haunting eyes. Jake's heart raced, his mind spinning with terror. He slammed his foot on the gas, desperate to escape. But no matter how far he drove, the road stretched on endlessly, the fog thick and impenetrable. The ghost's face remained in the mirror, watching, waiting. Jake realized with a growing sense of horror that he was trapped, doomed to relive this nightmarish ride forever. The ghost's vengeance was complete, and there would be no escape. The phantom passenger had claimed his soul. Story 9. The Forgotten Asylum. Part 1. Exploration of the Asylum. The sun had long dipped below the horizon by the time Jason, Emily, Marcus, and Sarah reached the gates of Blackthorn Asylum. Its decayed structure loomed ahead, barely illuminated by the dull glow of their flashlights. The once grand building had long been abandoned, left to rot under the weight of its sinister past. Blackthorn had been shut down decades ago, shrouded in rumors of malpractice, cruelty, and the tortured screams of its former patients. It was perfect for their next adventure. "Looks worse in person," Marcus muttered, as he stared at the crumbling facade. Vines choked the once pristine brick walls, and broken windows gaped like hollow eyes. There was an oppressive silence that seemed to hang over the building, as though the very ground they stood on remembered the suffering that had taken place within. "Are you guys sure about this?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. "People say this place is haunted." Jason, always the leader, shrugged off her concern. "That's what makes it fun, right? We're urban explorers, this is what we do." He grinned, though even he couldn't completely ignore the eerie atmosphere. They had heard the stories, the urban legends about Blackthorn's tortured patients, the ones who had never left. Locals said their spirits still wandered the halls, trapped in the asylum where they had lived and died. It wasn't hard to imagine why. Blackthorn was infamous for its cruel treatments, the worst of which had been conducted under the oversight of Dr. Harold Crowley, a man whose name had become synonymous with evil in the nearby town. Dr. Crowley had performed unspeakable experiments on the patients. Electrocution, lobotomies, forced isolation. Nothing had been off limits. Some said he relished the pain of his victims, delighting in their suffering under the guise of medical advancement. When the asylum had finally been shut down in the 1960s, Crowley had disappeared, and with him, any hope of justice for the patients who had died under his care. The group moved toward the heavy iron gate, long rusted from years of exposure to the elements. Jason pushed against it, the hinges groaning in protest, and the gate creaked open with a loud, ominous screech. The sound echoed through the empty courtyard, amplifying the sensation of being watched. They stepped inside the grounds, the asylum's towering structure now more imposing than ever. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and debris, remnants of what had once been carefully manicured lawns now long forgotten. Shattered glass crunched under their boots as they approached the main entrance. "All right, let's do this," Jason said, his voice unsteady despite his bravado. The heavy wooden doors of the asylum were ajar, hanging crookedly from their hinges. Emily, always the more cautious one, hesitated. "Do you think it's safe? I mean, structurally?" "Only one way to find out," Jason replied, pushing open the door with a forceful shove. The inside of the asylum was worse than any of them had imagined. The smell of decay hit them instantly, a mixture of mold, rotting wood, and something far more foul. Dust coated every surface, thick and undisturbed, as if no one had stepped foot inside for decades. Their flashlights illuminated long, empty hallways lined with peeling paint and rusted metal gurneys. Sarah shuddered. "This place gives me the creeps." "Relax, Sarah," Marcus said, though his voice held the same unease as hers. "It's just an old building." But as they ventured deeper into the asylum, it became clear that Blackthorn was more than just an old building. The air felt thick, oppressive, as though the walls themselves were closing in on them. Every step they took echoed loudly, yet there was a strange sensation of being muffled, like sound didn't travel the way it should. They entered what had once been the main ward, where patients would have been housed in long rows of beds. Now, the beds lay overturned, their metal frames rusted and twisted. Emily swept her flashlight over the room and gasped. "Look at that!" she said, pointing to the far wall. There, scrawled in what looked disturbingly like blood, were the words, "We never left." A heavy silence fell over the group as they stared at the writing. Jason approached it slowly, his flashlight beam quivering as his hand trembled. "It's probably just graffiti," he said, though the uncertainty in his voice was palpable. But as they moved through the halls, the sense of unease grew. They found more strange markings, symbols and phrases etched into the walls, some in a language none of them recognized, others in crude English, warning them to turn back. Each message seemed older than the last, as though generations of trespassers had tried to leave their mark and failed. They reached the stairwell leading to the lower levels, and something about it felt different. The air was colder here, the darkness thicker. "I don't like this," Sarah whispered, stepping back. Jason was already halfway down the stairs. "Come on, we've barely scratched the surface." Reluctantly, they followed him, unaware that the real horror of Blackthorn Asylum was just beginning to reveal itself. Part 2. Paranormal Activity. The stairwell seemed to swallow their light as they descended into the bowels of the asylum. The temperature dropped noticeably with each step, and the air grew thick and stale, as if they were venturing into a tomb. Sarah clung to Marcus's arm, her breath shallow, her eyes darting nervously around the narrow space. The basement was worse than they had expected. It wasn't just a storage area or mechanical room like most abandoned buildings. It was something far more sinister. Jason's flashlight beam revealed old surgical tables, shackles attached to the walls, and rows of rusted medical equipment. It was as if they had stumbled upon a secret operating room, hidden away from the eyes of the public. "What the hell is this place?" Emily whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of her heart. It's a lab," Jason muttered, shining his light over the decayed remnants of what looked like ancient medical devices. "This is where Crowley did his experiments." The realization hit them all at once. They had ventured into the heart of Blackthorn's dark past, where the most inhumane treatments had been carried out. The air was thick with the weight of it, and an overwhelming sense of dread settled over the group. A sudden crash echoed through the room and everyone jumped. Sarah screamed, her flashlight beam flickering wildly as she whipped around to see what had caused the noise. But there was nothing there, just the empty space behind them, where they had come from. "Did you hear that?" Marcus asked, his voice shaking. "Yeah, I heard it," Jason said, his bravado now noticeably absent. They stood frozen, listening intently, but the sound didn't return. After a moment, Jason took a cautious step forward. "Probably just something falling from the ceiling," he said, though even he didn't sound convinced. But then, it happened again. This time it was closer, a loud metallic bang, like something slamming against one of the rusted gurneys. The group huddled together, their flashlights cutting frantic circles in the darkness. "Jason, I don't like this," Emily whispered. "I know," he replied, his voice tight with tension. "We'll just take a quick look around and get out of here." As if in response, the heavy iron door they had entered through slammed shut with a deafening crash. They all jumped, spinning toward the sound. The door now stood firmly closed, the echo of its slamming reverberating through the room. Who did that?" Sarah stammered, her eyes wide with terror. Jason rushed to the door, pulling at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if it had been locked from the outside. "It's jammed," he said, frustration and fear creeping into his voice. Before they could process what was happening, they heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, coming from the hallway just beyond the door. Sarah let out a whimper, clinging to Marcus. "There's someone in here with us," Marcus said, his voice barely a whisper. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and then they stopped. For a moment, the only sound was the collective breath of the group, shallow and panicked. Then, without warning, a voice, soft and hollow, whispered through the air. "Leave," Emily gasped, her flashlight shaking as she scanned the room. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. There was no response, just the heavy silence that pressed down on them from all sides. "Let's get out of here," Marcus said, his voice strained. "Now!" They rushed toward the door, Jason tugging desperately at the handle. But it wouldn't move. The air around them grew colder, and the oppressive sense of being watched grew stronger. Emily felt a chill crawl up her spine, and she glanced over her shoulder. For a brief moment, she thought she saw something, a figure, standing just at the edge of the darkness, watching them. But when she blinked, it was gone. "Open the door, Jason!" Sarah cried, her voice breaking with fear. "I'm trying!" he snapped, his frustration mounting. Suddenly all the lights went out. Their flashlights flickered, then died, plunging them into complete darkness. Sarah screamed, and the others shouted in panic, groping blindly in the pitch black. In the chaos, they heard the footsteps again. This time, they were inside the room, moving closer and closer. The voice returned, louder and more menacing this time. "Leave! Now!" Jason finally managed to wrench the door open, and the group bolted up the stairs, their hearts pounding in their chests. They didn't stop until they reached the upper floors, gasping for breath, their fear palpable. "What the hell was that?" Marcus asked, his voice shaking. "What the hell just happened down there?" "I don't know," Jason said, his face pale. "But we need to keep moving. We can't stay here." Part 3. The Asylum's Dark Past. The group huddled in the dimly lit hallway, their nerves frayed and their minds racing. None of them could explain what had just happened, but it was clear that something far beyond their comprehension was at work. Emily's hands trembled as she pointed her flashlight at a plaque on the wall. "Look at this," she said, her voice barely audible. The plaque was old, tarnished with age, but the name engraved on it was unmistakable. *** Dr. Harold Crowley, Chief Medical Officer. "That's him," Sarah whispered. "The doctor. The one they said tortured the patients." Jason stepped forward, running his fingers over the name. He was more than a doctor. He was a monster. The stories of Dr. Crowley's cruelty had become legend, passed down through generations in the nearby town. The patients who had been committed to Blackthorn were the most vulnerable, those suffering from mental illness, abandoned by their families, or deemed unfit for society. Under Crowley's care, they had been subjected to horrific experiments in the name of science. Electroshock therapy, lobotomies, sensory deprivation. Crowley had pushed the boundaries of medical ethics far beyond what was acceptable, believing that the ends justified the means. But his methods were far from humane. Many patients had died under his care, their bodies discarded without a second thought, buried in unmarked graves on the asylum grounds. "He kept them here," Emily said softly, staring down the long, dark corridor. "He kept them locked up, experimented on them, and when they died, their spirits stayed behind." Marcus shuddered. "We need to get out of here." But Jason shook his head. "We can't leave yet. Not until we figure out what's going on. There's more to this place than we know. We need to understand what happened here." "Are you out of your mind?" Sarah snapped. "We just saw a ghost, or heard one. I don't care about figuring this out. I want to go." "I'm with Sarah," Marcus said, his voice tense. "We've seen enough." But Jason wasn't listening. He was already moving down the hallway, his flashlight cutting through the darkness as he pressed forward. Emily hesitated for a moment, then followed him, her curiosity outweighing her fear. The others reluctantly trailed behind, their steps slow and cautious. The further they ventured into the asylum, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The walls seemed to close in on them, the shadows growing thicker with every step. They entered what appeared to be Dr. Crowley's office. The room was a mess, papers scattered across the floor, the furniture overturned, as if someone had ransacked it in a hurry. But what caught their attention was the large leather-bound journal sitting on the desk, untouched by time. Jason approached it carefully, his flashlight illuminating the faded pages. "This must have belonged to Crowley," he said, flipping it open. The journal was filled with detailed notes, diagrams of patients' brains, and descriptions of the experiments Crowley had conducted. The more they read, the more horrified they became. "He was experimenting on their minds," Emily said, her voice trembling. "He was trying to control them, manipulate their thoughts. He believed that if he could break their minds, he could reshape them into something better." "He was insane," Marcus muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. As they read further, they found references to a secret wing of the asylum, a place where Crowley had conducted his most extreme experiments. The patients who had been taken there were never seen again, their fates sealed in the darkness of Blackthorn's walls. "He built a special room," Jason said, reading aloud from the journal. "A chamber designed to contain the souls of the dead. He believed he could trap their spirits, use their energy for something." Emily felt a cold wave of dread wash over her. "That's what's happening," she whispered. "The patients. He trapped their spirits here, and now they're trapped in this place, unable to leave." Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, and the air around them seemed to thicken. The faint sound of whispering filled the air, growing louder with each passing second. "We need to go," Sarah said, backing away from the desk. "Now!" But before they could move, the door slammed shut behind them, and the whispering grew louder, more urgent. It was as if the very walls were alive, the spirits of the patients reaching out to them, desperate to be freed. Jason tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. Panic set in as the whispers turned into agonized screams, echoing through the small office. The lights flickered, and for a brief moment, the group saw them. Shadowy figures standing in the corners of the room, their faces twisted in pain, their eyes hollow and empty. "Get us out of here!" Marcus shouted, banging on the door. Jason fumbled with the lock, finally wrenching it open, and the group stumbled out into the hallway, their hearts racing. They didn't stop running until they reached the main entrance of the asylum, gasping for breath. But when they reached the door, it was locked. Somehow, impossibly, the door they had entered through was now sealed shut, trapping them inside. "What the hell?" Emily gasped, yanking on the handle. "It won't open!" "Of course it won't," Jason said grimly. "We're not alone in here."